Shalom, Bruchim Abayim, and welcome to Sheva Impani La Torah, to 70 Faces of the Torah, and also Sulam Yaakov. This week's Torah portion is Parshat Ki Tisa. Ki Tisa means when you elevate, when you raise up, when you lift up. And in relation to the beginning of the Torah portion, it's a reference to what we call the Machazit half shekel, what is known as the half shekel, which every man who is 20 years old and above was required to give. In fact, I did a man who was 20 years old and above was required to give. In fact, I did a teaching on that earlier in the week. If you have not got a chance to check that teaching out, please do so when you do have the time. For today's teaching on the Torah portion of Ki Tisa, I have subtitled this, The Secret of the Shor of a Chamor. What does that mean? Well, shor in Hebrew means ox, and chamor means the donkey. So it's the secret of the ox and the donkey. What is that a reference to? Well, Bezrat Hashem, with God's help, we're going to actually learn that answer in this week's Torah portion, because it centers upon the tragic, if you will, outcome that took place as Moshe was having an intimate rendezvous with HaKadosh Baruch Hu on Har Sinai, which is none other than the Egel Zahav, the sin of the golden calf. Now, in this week's Torah portion, when we learn about the Chei HaEgel, the sin of the golden calf, what's interesting about the sin of the golden calf is that prior to the sin and after the sin, we see that Hashem places an emphasis on the mitzvah to Chei HaEgel, the sin of the golden calf. Now, in this week's Torah portion, when we learn about the Chei HaEgel, the sin of the golden calf, what's interesting about the sin of the golden calf is that prior to the sin and after the sin, we see that Hashem places an emphasis on the mitzvah of observing Shabbat. We read here from this week's Torah portion of Shemot-Exod chapter 31, verse 12 to 18. It says, "Vayomer Adonai el Moshe lemor ve'ata daber el bnei Yisrael lemor ach et shabbototai tishmeru ki ot hi bnei uvenecha ledohotecha ledaat ki ani Adonai mikdash ichem." Hashem said to Moshe, "Now you speak to the children of Israel, saying, however, you must observe my Shabbats, for it is a sign between me and for you, for your generations, And that is to, once again, not believe, but to know. The Torah says, "Lada'at ki ani Adonai," that I am Hashem who makes you holy. Ushmartem et haShabbat ki kodesh hi lachem mechalelecha mot yumat. And therefore the Torah says, you shall observe the Shabbat, for it is holy to you. Its desecrators shall be put to death. For whoever ki chol ha'oseva melacha does any work on it, that soul v'nichlata ha'nefesh hachi mekerev ameha shall be cut off from among its people. Now, this is something I want to kind of just emphasize on. It's a little bit off script, so please forgive me. But this language the Torah uses, and it uses it throughout the Chumash, by the way. But it's very, very interesting because we see here that when it comes to certain mitzvot, particularly Shabbat here, and I don't have it highlighted fully in yellow, but when it mentions that anybody who does work or anyone who violates the Shabbat, who commits what's called a chilu, okay, it was a chiloni, a desecrator. It's also a term we use in modern Hebrew to describe a secular person, or a chilonim in the plural. It says that soul, hanefesh hahi, that soul, and the hahi is feminine, because the soul is described in feminine in Hebrew, mikerev, from drawing near, ameha, its people, literally her people, the soul, is going to be cut off. And it's interesting, and why I bring that up is because I've touched base upon this in the past. Once again, this is off the script before I digress back to the topic at hand, but I want to bring this out here, since the Torah is talking about Shabbat, is that in North America, we have something called cultural Judaism. Cultural Judaism is a fad, something that's only relevant in North America, where one thinks they were born into a Jewish family, they eat certain Jewish foods or use certain Jewish words, largely amongst the Ashkenazim, that somehow they have a Jewish soul, right? And therefore, no matter how secular they are or how much they go to derech, right? It's all Jewish culture. However, the Torah tells us something here. It doesn't matter how much of a Jewish name you have or how much Yiddish or Hebrew you know. If a person is a desecrator of the Shabbat, of any of the mitzvot, particularly that soul, is cut off from his people, which means there's a spiritual severance in the spiritual DNA of Am Yisrael, okay? And that's very, very disturbing, because there's a disconnection. Making one a Jew halakhically is, yes, based upon your mother's, basically your mother's matrilineal lineage. However, what allows you to remain a Jew is your connection to the Jewish people, and most importantly, the observance of the mitzvot of the Torah. But the moment that soul goes off the derech, per se, they sever that connection, not only in this world, but also in the world to come, chas v'chalila. It's a very, very important thing the Torah stresses here, and I just want to mention that, because also for non-Jews in conversion, I've heard many people say, I want to be Jewish, I feel more spiritual, and doing mitzvot is not what to come, chas v'chalila. It's a very, per se, they sever that connection, not only in this world, but also in the world to come, chas v'chalila. It's a very, very important thing the Torah stresses here, and I just want to mention that, because also for non-Jews in conversion, I've heard many people say, I want to be Jewish, I feel more spiritual, and doing mitzvot is not what makes you Jewish. Being Jewish is being a part of the the collective people. Like Ruth HaMoabiyah, her attitude was with her mother-in-law Naomi, was not the mitzvot to bring me closer to God. No, she says, where you die, I will die. Your people are my people. Then she says, your God is my God. So to her, it was about being a part of the people. So in that sense, she understood being a Jew is about being a part of the people. And so in a sense, when a person deviates from that, their soul could be cut off. Even though they're physically alive, there's a disconnection spiritually. So from there, the Torah then goes on to say afterwards, for 6 days, all your work could be done. However, when it comes to the 7th day, Shabbat Shabbaton, it is a complete Shabbat, a complete Shabbos. It's a complete rest. Kodesh Adonai, that is sacred, that is set apart, that is holy to Hashem. And therefore, kol ha'oseh malacha, anybody who does any malacha, work by Yom HaShabbat, on the day of Shabbat, mot yumat. There's a dual emphasis here of that person experiencing death. Now, it's not just limited to physical death. There's also various levels of death. A person can experience death in their finances, death in their marriage, death in their business relationships, whatever, in their mental health, whatever it could be, they can experience some form of death. The Torah then goes on afterwards, and it says, the famous passage as we incorporate in the liturgy, the Vishamru, b'nei Yisrael et HaShabbat la'asot et HaShabbat, the children of Israel shall observe Shabbat, to make Shabbat. And that's also another topic I have regarding this Torah portion about what is Shabbat, how does one experience Shabbat. It's all about how a person makes Shabbat. That's another topic to get into. But it is a B'chlit Olam, an eternal covenant for all the generations. And it is B'nei Uven B'nei Israel, Ot Hi Le'olam. Between me and the children of Israel, it is a ot, it is a sign that is forever. Between me and the Jewish people, and therefore in the 6-day period, Hashem made the heavens and the earth, and on the 7th day he rested and was vayinafash, was refreshed. Not that God took a break, he was exhausted, like some type of construction worker, like he's Bob the Builder working on the universe and he needed to take a break. No, that's not what the Torah is depicting. Once again, in translation, we lose up to 80 to 85% of contextual information. Vayinafash is the concept that he endowed Shabbat with an extra form of energy, spiritual energy, and it's considered an additional soul. It's actually when it's considered the Shekhinah is more present, okay, in the Yemei HaChol, compared to Yemei HaChol, the Monday days of the week, the 6 days of the week, that there's this extra, if you will, spiritual energy that one taps into, vayinafash, and it's endowed, therefore, with an extra state of nefesh, if you will, soul to it in that sense. So after the synagogue calf, when we jump ahead to Parsha Vayakhel, we see that over there, the Torah also emphasizes the importance of observing Shabbat. And it says in the following passage over here, which I have on the screen, Actually, no, this is still from the last Parsha, from the segment for this week's Torah portion. I jumped ahead, Vayiten et Moshe kelato, when he finished speaking to him, Kevalato, ledaber oto b'Har Sinai. Har Sinai, he gave Moshe the 2 stone tablets, the luchot ha'edut of testimony, and therefore they were inscribed as by Elohim, with the finger of God. Now, if we jump ahead to Parsha Vayachel, after the Checha'ego, we see the emphasis there on Shabbat as well. And it says, Vayachel Moshe echo adat b'nei Israel. He gathered it together, the entire assembly, the children of Israel, Vayomer alehem, and he said to them, Eli hadavarim, all of these words, Asher Siva Adonai la'asot otam, that Hashem commanded them to do, which is obviously a reference to Parshat Tisa with the emphasis on observing Shabbat. And there we see Sheshet Yamin te'aseh melacha, that on 6 days work could be done. Vayom hashvi'i, however, when it comes to the 7th day, that is Yehei lachem chodesh Shabbat Shabbaton Adonai, that is considered a sacred day, a rest for Hashem. And therefore, kol ha'oseh vo melacha yumat, anybody doing some form of work, creative concepts on a day, they will experience a form of death. And therefore, it says, you shall not also lo tev'aru eish b'chol moshvotechem b'yom ha'Shabbat, light any form of fire in any of your dwellings on the Shabbat. That's also an interesting topic to get into maybe for Parsha Vayachel, which is the command of abstaining from fire. Many Orthodox Jews, they refuse to ride in cars on Shabbat or other type of Yom Tov as well, because obviously the transference of electricity, whether that's a gas-powered, diesel-powered, or electric-powered vehicle, it's the same thing. We're not using electricity at home. It's a very interesting topic, especially when you get into physics about the chemical compound properties of gasoline versus electricity and things of that nature, and how that all works. Maybe because Hashem, we can talk about that for Parshat Vayachel. But nonetheless, we see that Shabbat is being mentioned before and after the Checha'ego. Why? Why is that? Over Masechet Shabbat, Chazal taught that if Israel observes Shabbat properly in its context, it will be completely mochel, completely forgiven of their transgressions.
Maybe something to do with the fact that it came out of the fire.
Chaya bar Abba said
that it was also the fire
with regard to anyone who observes Shabbat in accordance with its halachot, right? Not just resting on Shabbat, but observing it according to Jewish law. Even if he is guilty of avodah zarah, idolatry, as in the generation of Enosh, God forgives him of his sin, as it says there, according from Isaiah 56, verse 2. Fortunate, Ashrei, I would like to say happy versus fortunate, is Enosh, man, because that's another term for man, besides Adam or Geber in Hebrew, who does this, and a person holds strong to it, and one who guards the Shabbat from doing what? From mechalelo, from desecrating it. Okay, there's a chilu there. It's a play on words the Gemara is doing here. He guards his hand from doing evil. And here the Gemara says, do not read it from mechalelo, from desecrating it, but from mechalo, from forgiving him. Okay, so with regards to the generation of Enosh, and to Shet, to him, there was born a son, and he calls his name Enosh. Then they began to do what? They began to huchal. Translation in English is say call upon the name of the Lord, call upon the name of God. I don't know what the heck that means, but it literally in Hebrew means that's when they began to desecrate the name of God. Not just to explicit, vulgar, words, but it's through their lifestyles. They did a chilu, a desecration. They began to desecrate his name there, as the Gemara says. So very interesting what we read here in the Gemara to Masechet Shabbat. The reason why the command of Shabbat is mentioned before and after the He'a'ero, which falls under the category of avodah zarah, which is idolatry, is because Shabbat has the power to atone for idolatry. That's a very strong form of atonement. Now, by alluding to Yeshayahu or Isaiah 56, verse 2, where God mentions that the individual who refrains from mechalelo, from desecrating, that person will be forgiven, we see that that person's forgiveness stems from them honoring the Shabbat. Well, how does Shabbat function as a tikkun or rectification for the sin of the golden calf, which function as a form of idolatry? Well, when referring to Masechet Shabbat, Chazal referred to the generation of Enosh. And in the generation of Enosh, we saw over there that they began to huchal, began to desecrate the name of God via avodah zarah. Now, Rambam, Maimonides, in his Moreh HaNevuchim, which we translate as Guide to the Perplexed, he tells us that the generation of Enosh, they worship God through intermediaries. In other words, they believed that the way to worship HaKadosh Baruch Hu was by worshiping his servants. And so, unlike avodah zarah, Shabbat has no intermediaries that are linked to it. The Egel Zahav, on the other hand, was considered an intermediary that was worshipped. But since Shabbat is mentioned before and after the Egel, the Torah teaches us that Shabbat is the rectification for avodah zarah, since there are no direct intermediaries on Shabbat. So it would appear that by having Shabbat mentioned before and after the sin of the golden calf as a rectification for avodah zarah, it would appear that God had prepared the remedy before the affliction took place. Now, proof of this concept is actually mentioned at the very beginning of the Torah portion, which we'll go back to here in Shemot, Exodus chapter 30, verse 11 through 12. And there it says, Hashem spoke to Moshe, saying, Ki Tisa, as Rosh B'nai Israel, when you take, and I'm borrowing from, I forget which translation, a census, but literally the Hebrew is when you lift up the head of the children of Israel. That's a more accurate translation. It says, according Lifkudehem, their numbers, also you can say according to their remembrance, every man shall give to Hashem an atonement for his soul when counting or remembering them, so that they will not be a plague among them, so that there will not be a plague among them when being mindful of them, or in this case, counting them. Now, I want you to notice here that the verse says, Ki Tisa et Rosh B'nai Israel. Now, if you want to be more grammatically accurate, the verse should have said, Ki Tisa et Roshe B'nai Israel, when you lift up the heads of the children of Israel, right? We're using the plural here, so let's stick with that. But the Torah says ki tisa el rosh, it uses a singular. Why is that? Why does it say when you lift up the head versus the heads of the children of Israel? What's going on with this grammatical anomaly? Well, the machazit hashekel, the half shekel, is related to the concept of Shabbat serving as a tikkun for sin. The Torah is trying to tell us that when Israel is ki tisa, when they are raised up, elevated, they have been elevated to a higher spiritual level. And so the reason why the Torah reads ki tisa es rosh instead of ki tisa es roshe is that once Israel is spiritually elevated, they're at the level of Shabbat, which is a remez or an allusion to the world to come. Okay, and this is actually broken down by the Shalah HaKadosh, which is Rabbi Yeshayahu Horowitz, in his commentary to this week's Torah portion. And he says that the word rosh contains a secret, a mystical element of the Shabbat within it, meaning Shabbat is contained in the word rosh. How? Well, Shabbat is considered what's called a bat zug. Bat zug literally means a pair. A zug literally means pair, but like bat means daughter, like a matchmake, if you will. It is a matchmake of the Jewish people. The Hebrew aleph beit are zugot, literally pairs, where each letter is related to the next letter because each letter is an outgrowth of the previous letter. Anyone who's ever taken an in-step course in Hebrew, you should know this. Therefore, the letters resh, aleph, shin, okay, a rosh is zug or paired to the letters shin, okay, beit, tav. So in other words, we see in rosh is the word Shabbat, okay? And so this is very important because what comes after the letter resh in Hebrew is the letter shin. What comes after the letter aleph is the letter beit. What comes after the letter shin is the letter tav. So rosh contains the Shabbat. It contains it within it, in the head there. So this is a very fascinating insight. When the Torah mentions Israel's downfall with the He Ha'ero, right? It mentions that they got involved in this whole debacle because they didn't know when Moshe was going to return. We see here in Exodus 32, verse 1. The people saw that Moshe had delayed in descending the mountain. Now, the word here, bosh from voshesh, can actually be read as ba-shesh, which literally means comes at 6. Okay, they were anticipating Moshe Rabbeinu to arrive at the 6th hour. All right, and what this also indicates, though, is that by reading voshesh as ba-shesh, it indicates that the spiritual level of the people remained at the level 6 instead of the level 7, instead of elevating. So when the Torah says vayar ha'am ki voshesh Moshe la'redet min ha'ar, we can understand it as vayar ha'am ki ba-shesh Moshe la'redet min ha'ar, that the people saw Moshe ascended to the 7th dargah, the 7th level, the Shabbat. The higher level of consciousness is what that refers to. The 7th millennium, the eternal Shabbat. It's all about consciousness. It's not about some type of day. It's a state of consciousness, and that's important.
I'm probably going to save this and go back a bit. I just want to make sure that I'm not the only one hearing this because it's too good to miss up the opportunity for one second. But yeah. So I guess we'll just start here for the sake of time. Baruchu et Adonai Amvorach, Baruch Adonai Amvorach leolam va'ed, Baruch ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher avachad banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch ata Adonai noten haTorah. All right. All right. All right. See, it starts at 33:12. All right. Vayomer Moshe el Adonai, Re'ata omer elai ha'aled ha'amazeh, Ve'ata lo hodatani et asher tishlach ami, Ve'ata amarta ידעתיך בשם וגם מצאתם חן בעיניי ואתה ימנע מצא אותי חן בעיניך הודיעני נא את דרכיך וידעך למען אמצא חן בעיניך וראה כי עמך הגוי הזה. ויאמר פני ילכו והניחותי לך, ויאמר אליו אם אין בניך הולכים אל תעלנו מזה, ובמה יוודע איפה כי מצאתי חן בעיניך אני ועמך הלא ולכתך עמנו ונפלנו אני ועמך מכל העם אשר על פני האדמה. So it's right there. So and Moses said to Adonai, behold, or wait, yeah, and said to Adonai, see that you say to me upon, or over the nation, this, you are this over the nation, and says, says lift up, or bring up this nation, and you will not hodatani, and you will not know, and they will not know, or you did not let me know that as you sent my people, you sent them with me. What? That you did not let me know that you would send them with me. And you said that you would know in the name, you would know, but you would know shame. No, that you would be known by name, and also that you would find grace in my eyes. Okay, so it says you're sending an angel as my acceptable as to me. That's in brackets, so it's implied, or it's inferred, or I don't know, it's taken out. And you said, I have known you by name, I have singled you out from the others. So that's implied again. And you have also found favor in my eyes. Oh, Vegamai, I must have missed that. All right. And now, if it pleases, and that I have found favor, in your eyes, let me know, please, your path, and I will da'acha, and I will know it. Wait, please, let me know, and I will know it, so that I will find favor in your eyes, and you will see that your people, that this nation is your people. So it says, so I find well the nature of the reward for finding favor in your eyes, and see this people is your people. Yeah, okay, it's correct, and I cannot see myself being rewarded if they are not. Interesting. All right, so moving on to the next thing. Vayomer panai yelechu v'hanichoti lach, and he said, my face, yelechu, my face will go, v'hanichoti lach, and will lead you. Or wait, is it settle down before you? Oh, and we'll give you rest. All right. Vayomer elav, and he said to him, if your face, right, if your face does not go, alta leinu mizah, they will not go up from here. I don't know. And he said to them, these words desire for, if you yourself do not go, but an angel do not bring us. Yeah, if you do not go, it's not, we will not go up. It's saying, do not bring us up. So it's actually a request, which actually kind of changes things. Let's see, where are we at? Ubema, and what's this? And in what, or for what? Yivada, for what did you, I'm just after relying on this. All right. Yivada, for how? Let's see. Otherwise, maybe Yivada, to know. Wait, Yiva. So that should be in PL form. I'm thinking. I might be wrong. To cause to know. So, and for what have you caused to know where that? Okay, it just says, will it be known that I and your okay, for what will it be known, Apho? Then now, so I don't even know that. That because I have found favor in your eyes, I and my people, or I and your people, hello, lest belechtacha, lest in your fit. Wait, but halach? No, is it? In your going, in their going. What? Okay. Belechtem, and they're going. That should be imanu. With us. Oh my God, this is okay. All right, and they're going with us. Okay. And niflinu, and falling, and are falling. I and your people. That you not repose your Shekhinah on the nations of the world, so that I and your people, V'amecha, Mikoham, from all the peoples that are upon the face of the earth. Oh, Nafal will be distinguished. It's Pala, not Nafal. It's Nif, so that we will, because with a nun participle, it changes into we will. Also, I think you can see it here. Nifal, to be distinct, separated, to be wonderful. Oh, this is the same root as Niflaot, I think. Actually, though, I wonder, because Nafilu can also have a context of giant in, I think, Assyrian, potentially. And so it almost makes me think, does this idea of, was this, what's the word? I totally forgot it now. Not Nofli. Yeah, I think it's Noflim means miracles, wonders. But I totally might be wrong with this. I'm not going to lie, my brain is not working 100%. I had a long day today, and I was going to do this earlier, but I'm a very bad procrastinator, and that is something I'm working on. Well, trying to work on. All right. I and your people. Wait, I read that. They did be distinguished. All right. So, Vayum. Wait. Okay. So that's where we finished off here. So I'm going to see. Okay. Is anyone joining yet? By the way, here I need to post this. If anyone wants to hop in, because not gonna lie, it is different when I don't have a dialogue. Even if I'm just talking to myself, but there's someone else there, it changes the vibe. But yeah, if anyone wants to join, here's the link to join. Oh, that's an interesting one. BXX Bang CTA. Well, Bang CTA. I don't know. It's interesting. just sticks out. Anyway, on that note, we'll go to this again.
And try to keep that in mind because it plays a vital part. The subtitle of this teaching that I'm going to draw out at the end here. So really the people saw Moshe ascended, which is why they were not on his level, which is why many of them perished in the wilderness, because they cannot ascend, except for two, obviously, Yehoshua and Caleb. The people saw Moshe ascended. He was on a higher level of consciousness than they were. And therefore he was ki tisa et rosh. He was on the ki tisa et Shabbat. He was at the higher level compared to the people. However, the remaining part of the people, they wanted to remain in the realm of the 6 days, a reference to Olam Hazeh, a lower vibrational frequency, the Yemei HaChol. That's what we refer to the weekdays in Hebrew. Yemei means days. HaChol, Chol is nothing as Chol. It's like Halal. Something is desecrated. It's mundane. That's what it means. And therefore, what did this do? It prompted the people to create the Egel Zahav, which was not technically a replacement of Hashem.
So you have the Chol days, which are the mundane days or the weekdays, and then you have the holy days, or rather the holy days. So you have Chol and you have Kadosh. But what's funny is that the word for holy sounds very similar, or rather the word holy sounds very similar to Chol, which actually means the opposite of holy. But again, that's why, okay, I'm just going to, obviously I'm not doing this, but it's a pet peeve of mine when people try to mix etymology from different languages with no potential connection. Like, for instance, people trying to say that, because, well, actually, it's not even, the issue is not, okay, I'm going to be honest, the issue is not mixing etymologies, because there's cases where that actually makes sense. But the issue is when you're trying to say, okay, these two words sound identical, or they're spelled very similarly, therefore they must be connected. In Hebrew, that does work, but it doesn't work in English. I'll give you an example. Holly and holy. From what I'm aware of, there's no direct connection, but there's people who would try to make the connection. Similar with, let's see, bad and... Okay, I didn't think of that. Okay, something like bat and boat, or three and tree. Like, the words aren't connected, but they sound similar. And there's a certain type of wingnut who would want to connect them. And again, it's like, it's one thing where if you're like very clearly saying, I'm being poetic about it, but no, I'm talking about people who outright they think that they can like decode the secrets of the universe. And like, you can decode a lot of the secrets of human language, but like trying to say that, because you realize that these words sound similar, and then you start to think of all the ways that they connect. Like, at the end of the day, you're just creating your own, like, your own mental theology, which, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that as long as you don't expect people to believe it. And then if you do expect people to believe it, better hope you're charismatic. And by that, I mean, better hope you're not charismatic, because the last thing we need is another cult. Then again, I guess, like, if you do have a really good idea, but, I mean, see, that's one of those things. I don't think that cults are inherently bad. The issue is harmful religious movements, which can be however big or small. It just so happens that the smaller something is, the less well-known it is, the harder it is to keep it accountable. But alternatively, it actually can be easier to keep it accountable. It's almost like you have this Goldilocks zone when a movement has some sort of, like, consistent recognition, but at the same time is not, like, doesn't get bigger than life to the point where if it does something wrong, it can't be shut down. Or alternatively, where it can't be criticized, because, it's kind of this one thing where if all the authority comes from this one institution, people don't want to criticize it unless there's a culture that exists around criticizing it, which also protects them. Anyway, I'm getting off topic.
Replacement of Moshe, who was a representative of Hashem, not so much an intermediary, but he was the voice of Hashem. He was the leader. Now, when speaking of the Ha'echo, David HaMelech, he recalled the horrific sin that Israel committed by describing the exact details of the golden calf. And we read over it in Tehillim, Psalm 106, verse 19 through 20. David says, Yasu egg.
Also, if you're watching on Twitter, I mean, it's cool and everything, but it'd be even cooler if you want to join. I mean, I don't know if here I might actually have to manually put the link in there, but I will do that. So give me one moment. I wish I could do that manually, but I don't think automatically, but I can't. I have to go directly to Twitter. And then I have to put it in here. Okay, so Oh God, I just saw something about all the microplastics that they're finding. All right, here, let's see. Oh yeah, I wish. Here's a link if anyone wants to join. Just because I do see there are some people watching on Twitter. Oh wait, 3 people now. So yeah, if anyone wants to join, that's how you join. I should have no issue joining. Just click the link. Yeah, here I actually you can see. Well, I mean, you can't click on the actual video to get there, but it should be in the comments.
They made a calf in a chorev, which is another name for Mount Sinai, because you read chorev is cherev, which means sword, which also is interesting that if you're not able to be meticulous in the middle of the Torah, it could come and sever you. And they prostrated themselves before a molten image. A mask, literally, is also a modern Hebrew would refer a masacha, a mask, something that covers something up, it veils the true meaning behind something. And therefore they exchanged their glory, meaning Hashem, they exchanged God, for the likeness, shor ochel esef, for a grass-eating calf. Interesting. Why is it when David Melech describes the golden calf, he says it's a shor ochel esef, it's a grass-eating calf? Why is so descriptive? Well, the Egel Zahav was composed of 2 entities. The front part of the Egel Zahav was a shor, an ox, while the back part was composed of a chamor, a donkey. Well, how do we know that the Egel Zahav was composed of a shor and a chamor? Well, when the Egel Zahav was created, it was introduced to the Jewish people in the plural. And this is why it pays attention to look at the Hebrew and not trust your translation. We see here Shemot, Exodus 32, verse 4.
Interesting.
Now the people, after the whole debacle, creating the Egel Zahav.
So then that raises the question, who does the donkey represent? Oh, I guess this also raises the contention. So one of them is clearly El, but the question is, if one is El, then is the other Yahweh or is the other Asherah? Or alternatively, is this already at the time where El and Yahweh are being connected? And so then you just have, that in the consort. And also notice this. So the front part is the bull with the horns. The front part, which is associated with the masculine, but the back part, the other side, is associated with the feminine. And by that logic, it also makes sense because the donkey was associated with Asherah, especially through its connection with wisdom, as well as its connection with water. Because even in the desert, they were able to find, seriously, they have GPS for water. It's freaky, but in a cool way. And that's a big reason why they were worshipped in some civilizations, because they literally were, well, not life givers, but life preservers.
They said, not this, Eli. These are Elohecha, your God, literally also your power, Israel, which brought you up from the land of Mitzrayim. Also, if you go a few verses later, when Hashem mentions to Moshe the great transgression that the people have committed here with the Egel Zahav, it repeats verbatim that the people made this Egel Zahav in plural. Okay, we see here in Exodus 32, verse 8, Hashem's repeating to Moshe what they told the people, Eli Elohecha Israel. They said, these are your God, Israel, which you brought up out of the land of Mitzrayim. Now, the emphasis here is on the word Eli, which literally means these. The Torah, once again, for grammatical sakes, could have had said ze, okay? Anybody with a basic understanding of Hebrew grammar knows that you could have said ze Elohecha Israel. This is your God, Israel, Asher Elucha me'eretz Mitzrayim, that took you up from the land of Mitzrayim. You don't say Eli, these. Why is it these? According to the Torah, the Egel Zahav was a deadly force, a combination of the shor and the chamor. What does that mean? The Tikkun Zohar comments on the creation of Egel Zahav with a verse from Parsha Tisa, in which the Torah warned the Sanhedrin that they must not let a criminal's body remain hanging upon the tree. We find in that verse there, Deuteronomy 21, verse 23, it says, Lo talin nivlato el ha'etz. His body shall not remain on the tree. The Tikkun Zohar comments, it says, and the sin of man is the first carcass of man, which is the tree eitz chaim, a life. This sin should not be hung on it. It is written that he will not hang his carcass on the tree. He who ate from his tree, which is the tree of life, was told in it and ate and lived forever. So the Tikkun Zohar's reference to Devarim 21:23 is what we call a remes. It's an allusion to teach that since the person who was put to death on the tree was due to sin, we cannot leave that sin, specifically the Egel Zahav, upon the tree. We must take it down. So according to the Tikkun Zohar, the tree in Deuteronomy 21:23 is an allusion to the Jewish people, and the Egel Zahav is a sin that was hanging upon them. And so the sin of the golden calf must come down immediately. And so the Tikkun Zohar is saying that the Jewish people were not directly guilty in creating the Egel Zahav. What do you mean they're not directly guilty? Who else created this golden calf? If the Jewish people were not guilty, then who created the golden calf, right? I mean, even Aharon, when Moshe came down, he says, "Oh, Moshe, it just threw something in the fire, and boom, this thing just came out." There was some funny comedy skit I saw in Israel years ago. Funny, it was like everyone was dressed up in the wilderness. Aharon had like some gold teeth, and because he got all the gold from the people, he had some grills, some gold teeth on, and they all Moshe was dead, and next thing Moshe creeps up behind him, and Aharon changes his tune, like, "Oh, Moshe, the maestro," and of course he gives this whole spiel about the golden calf. But the golden calf was this little teeny like knickknack. It was funny. It was a hilarious thing. Anyway, so but if the people are not guilty, well, who created it then? Who is the guilty party? Well, when the Egel was committed, the Torah describes.
All right, so this is what we're talking about, or what he was talking about, rather. Oh, dang. All right, give me a moment. So I messed up. I thought I sent the link to Graham and to Ark, but I guess I didn't, and so I did now. So I'm guessing Ark's probably sleeping, which that makes sense because normal people sleep at normal times, and my sleep schedule is just really messed up. So I guess we could go back to. Oh, dang it. What was it? There was something he said before, but I don't remember because I said I was going to wait, but then I forgot. It was Bashesh, maybe? No, was there something else? Dang, I do not remember now what it was. Anyway, I guess we could just continue with that one video while we wait.
His people, because his people is guilty of creating the golden calf. We read here in Exodus 32, verse 7. Hashem said to Moshe, Lech reiki shichet amecha. Go and descend for your people. Okay? Amcha, excuse me. I think I said amecha. It's amcha. That you brought up from the land of Mitzrayim has become corrupted. Okay, let's think about that for a second. Why does God tell Moshe that the people are his people? Ki shichet amcha. I mean, are not the Jewish people God's people? I mean, if we go back to Parsha Shemot, what do we find Hashem telling Moshe when he comes to his mission of redemption? Veta lecha, that now you shall go, and I shall ve'esh lachaka el paro, and dispatch you to Paro. Ve'hotze et ami v'nei Israel mi Mitzrayim, and you shall take my people, the children of Israel, out of Mitzrayim. Okay, so what's going on here? I mean, when the Jews are not faithful, Hashem doesn't recognize them no more. So now they're Moshe's people. I mean, first, were they Moshe's people? I mean, yeah, there's people, obviously. There's brothers and sisters. It's a part of the tribe, per se, but like suddenly now they're no longer Hashem's people. I mean, what's going on here? Well, the Torah tells us that about 600,000 people came from out of Mitzrayim in Parsha Beshalach. Now, this is 600,000 men, I should say. It's not including the women or the children in that situation, but 600,000 men. That's about 1/5 of the Jewish people that came out. The other 4/5 perished, whether that was through physical death or assimilation. We do know that 3,000 Jews are put to death because of the sin of the Egel. That tells us that in Exodus 32, verse 28 in this week's Torah portion. So I mention all that because what is 3,000 and 600,000? It's roughly 0.5%. Small number.
Oh.
So who was responsible for the golden calf? The individuals who were responsible for the golden calf were non-Jews. These were alleged Gerim, converts who had joined the Jewish people when they were leaving from Mitzrayim. In fact, the Kuzari, Rav Yehuda Halevi, he wrote that the Yetzer Hara overtook a small minority of the nation. This minority fought among themselves and proposing various ideas and courses of action until finally a group of them banded together to make a tangible object of worship, essentially to replace Moshe, something upon which they would be able to focus, just like all the other nations did. Now, I left the reference in there if you want to read a little bit further on the Kuzari when he's having this conversation with the king of Khazar, okay, before the king decides to convert to Judaism. And there basically explains why the nations worship the way they did. They're used to having some type of physical, apparatus, whatever the case may be. And so the Kuzari goes on to say their intent was not to deny the God who took them out of Mitzrayim. Rather, it was to have something in front of them upon which they could concentrate when recounting God's wonders. Now, the Rambam also makes some of these arguments in Moreh HaNevakim when it comes to the Korbanot, why Hashem permitted specific animals to be slaughtered, okay, after the whole Chera Egel situation, because prior before that, the concept of Ve'esul Mikdash V'Shachan B'Betocham, to create God a dwelling place, was not contingent upon a physical dwelling place. It was something that transpired due to the sin, and therefore the people had to have something physical to look upon to recognize it's a microcosm of them, and they are a microcosm of the greater universe. And so there, the Rambam, also similar to the Kuzari, argues that because Israel was so used to, in their assimilation, seeing certain things as animals, this was introduced to be able to invade their conscience until they finally understood the spiritual meaning behind it. Likewise, we see here, the Kuzari mentions that this minority was able to convince the large mass of the Jewish people, who also was assimilated in Mitzrayim,
Hey, welcome back.
to adapt this system of belief, okay, to create this physical thing as a representation and basically substitution of Moshe Rabbeinu. Now, you would think, well, did the Egyptians worship items? They worship Paro, okay? So Pharaoh was like a god to them. Not to say that Moshe was a god, even though the people believed, like, looked at him and Aharon, even Miriam, as like demigods. It wasn't until they each became Nifter, they passed away, that the people recognized they're just as human as we are. And we learn a very vital lesson about that in the death of Aharon, when the Torah describes in great detail how the people were deeply impacted from the death of Aharon, because they realized he's just a man, that's all he is. Now, throughout the Torah, we read about certain small minorities that have stirred rebellion amongst the people. So one individual is Korach, right? Who made up a minority. He was the first Miflagat HaKorach, the first political party to challenge Moshe Rabbeinu, right? And there's others. But who's this minority group that represents the Chayil? Once again, as I mentioned before, it's these Gerim, these individuals who converted to join the Jewish people. The Zohar, Parsha Tisa, comments and says, these people are known as the Errav, literally mixed multitude, okay? And which refers to the mixture of evening going into night. It's also a term that people like to use in a very, very condescending way today. If you don't agree with their religious outlook or political outlook in Israel, you're called the Errav. Okay, and therefore it says, were they Ludim, Kushim, Kaftorim, or Torarim? These are the different nations that lived in Egypt, since they were called Eraf. Zohar says no. They were Mitzluim, Egyptians, who were magicians. Okay, they were Khartoumim, sorcerers in Mitzrayim. Okay, these are people who came from the higher school of elite society in Mitzrayim. Zohar goes on to say, ooh, it's a little small there, hopefully you can see that. It says, Eli Erav ala Itam, and the mixed multitude also went up with them. But it does not mention the names of the nations because they were all of one nation and one language. But all the magicians and sorcerers of Mitzrayim were there, as it is written in Exodus 7:11. And the magicians of Mitzrayim, they also did in a like manner, because they wanted to stand up against the wonders of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and prove that they could do what he does. But when they saw the miracles and wonders that Moshe performed in Mitzrayim, they returned to Moshe. The Holy One, blessed be he, said to Moshe, do not accept them. And Moshe said, Master of the universe, since they saw your mighty deeds, they want to convert. Let them see your mighty deeds every day. And then they will know that there is no God except you. And Moshe accepted them. In other words, they're his Talmudim, they're his Gerim, etc. They are responsible, essentially. And so this is why Hashem told Moshe, your people, because these are your people that you are willing to take in, okay? And therefore, you're responsible for them, because they have now led the nation away in the sin of Avodah Zarah. The Zohar then goes on to say afterwards, Aharon's intention was good, because they ganged up on him to convince him to help them in their insurgency here of taking over the nation. But many Jews joined with the Erav in their hearts. Therefore, when Moshe came, he had to purify and cleanse the holy nation of that sin, and he gave them drink until they were all cleansed, and no refuse at all remained in them. So the Zohar is alluding to the sotah drink, in which he took the luchot, grounded it up, and then made a mixture and made the people drink. It's very similar to the sotah, a woman who's guilty or suspected of some type of infidelity. The husband takes her to the Beit Din, the Sanhedrin. The sacred name of Yud-Kei Vav-Kei is written in a race in the waters. She swallows it. If she's guilty, chas chalila, she dies. If she's not, she goes on to be very prosperous. She's an Eshet Chayil, things of that nature. And so we see here is that the people, because the majority were pure, they were not, if you will, filled with mischievous attention.
Interesting, kind of echoing what Avi was saying last night. It's almost like if you die, you were guilty, or you weren't, there was something wrong with you. And then if you succeed, it's because, or maybe not because, but that you end up being, that echoes something that some other people have said, which is also kind of just problematic. This idea of like, just give something to someone, and some people will die, some people won't, but the people, I don't know, it's very Darwinian, you know what I mean? Or just the idea of like, the strong survive or the right survive, when at the end of the day, it's kind of like it's like in a just society or a just world, God would be able to be like, okay, if you do bad, like when you get hurt or something like that, I don't know, but like the point is that then that would take away the whole concept of free will.
And I was going to sit there and say you're headed towards what's the negative in doing something wrong.
You mean what's the positive?
Well, what's the negative? If God's just going to treat you the same way either way. If you do it right, you get rewarded. If you do it wrong, you get rewarded anyway.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you get rewarded, but you're a terrible person, what's that say about God?
Yeah, no, that's sort of what I'm saying is when people sit there and say, why doesn't God forgive more? It's like, well, that it would defeat the purpose of doing right or wrong and learning the difference.
I see what you're saying. I guess I'm just saying that, like, if you basically because things happen randomly, and you can be like, oh well, maybe this was because of a past life, but there's really no way. Like, it's not as simple as, oh, you screw someone over and so then your car gets totaled and you're able to connect that, because like, I mean, it might happen, but how many people are perfectly good people and then their cars get totaled anyway? So it's like one of those things where you really just can't chart it. But the thing is that, and again, we might be saying the same thing, I'm just, like I said, I'm tired, but basically, that if it was that simple, then it wouldn't, then essentially, and this is something that was talking with someone with, they were arguing that like morality or like compassion is intelligent, and I was arguing, no, it's not. I'm not saying that it's unintelligent. I just don't think that it's inherently one way or the other, because like, just because something's intelligent could make it more cruel. It doesn't make, like, at the end of the day, intelligence is just this neutral thing that can be cultivated either for compassion or the opposite, or for intelligence or for mindless thinking. Like, at the end of the day, basically, what I'm trying to argue though is that if it was as simple as you do something good and you get rewarded, you do something bad and you're punished, if it was literally that simple, then it would be as simple as the most fit, essentially because people think that fitness has to do with like physical fitness. It literally just has to do with fitness in general, which means ability to fit into something, which is to fit into a niche, which is also why humans are one of the most fit. Yet now, to our fitness is now our own detriment, in the same way that there's animals that got to be so large that eventually, due to one thing or another, they're unable to sustain their population. I mean, like, it happens with, I mean, actually, that's another interesting thing. Depending on how, yeah, because the larger you are, the more sustenance you need, and so if it's something, and that's actually the reason why very large animals, they get their sustenance from very small things, but an extremely insanely large amount of them.
Yeah, I was going to say, part of what you're mining there is that compassion can be used against a person to hurt them. Compassion isn't always a positive thing.
Oh,
And
I was actually arguing that intelligence doesn't mean that someone's going to be compassionate.
no, I agree with you. Yeah, no, in intelligence, that's why I divide things up into the Satan, Lucifer, Ahriman, triangle, where Satan is opposition, Lucifer is knowledge, and Ahriman is narcissism. You can have knowledge without narcissism or opposition. It's just you need to have all three of them together in order to create huge problems. The other point that I will sit there and just slightly differ from is I don't agree that things happen at random. Things happen because of choices that you're not aware of.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is it's not like someone's in the sky judging you, and I mean, I guess you could argue, well, maybe God is, but it's like, really, like, at the end of the day, it's not anything where you can't break it down to a science, which is why something like God, or this idea of universal morality, has never been able to be proven from this perspective of like something that's being imposed upon people in this tangible way. It's much more like the way that the way that reality is structured creates a certain level of what people understand as morality. So, for instance, because death is a thing, that means that how you treat people while they're alive is really important. But it also means that when someone isn't alive anymore, it doesn't mean that their body is no longer connected to that. It's like just I don't even know where I was going with that.
No, I hear what you're saying, and for part of it for me is the work of Carl Jung and Wolfgang Pauli with synchronicity and physics, and exploring the connections between the two go a lot in order to explain it. I agree with you. The idea of that there's somebody, calculating and an intentional agent deciding everything that happens, one intentional agent, no, that's not sustainable. But the thought that, you got hit last night by a drunk driver, no, you got hit by that drunk driver because that person decided to go out and then get behind the wheel of the car. That was choice. And to me, that's where it comes down to. People try to argue either, intention of that single overarching deity or randomness. And I sit there and say, go to the free will choice of everybody. Everything's happening because of the choices that everybody's making, and this is what they all sum up to. Tag on getting off my box.
No, I totally agree.
Right. And so this small minority.
All right. So, right here, I think it was
master of the universe. And he gave them of elite society in Mitzrayim. Minority, he was the create this physical thing. Men. Biggest hit tribe per se, but like Jews. These, okay? People who are, we read about certain small minorities that have group that represent voters are. We're able, okay? So according to Zohar, Gelim that do not do a proper yor. The Torah, once again, for grammatical sakes, verse 4. This is now the people after. The Torah, once again, for grammatical sakes, could have had said ze, okay? Anybody with a basic understanding of Hebrew grammar knows that you could have said ze Elohecha Israel. This is your God, Israel Asher Elucha Me'eretz Mitzrayim, that took you up from the land of Mitzrayim. You don't say Eli, these. Why is it these? According to the Torah, the Elo Zahav was a deadly force, a combination of the Shor and Chamor. What does that mean? The Tikkuni Zohar comments on the creation of Elo Zahav with a verse from Parsha Tisa, in which the Torah warned the Sanhedrin that they must not let a criminal's body remain hanging upon the tree. We find in that verse there, Deuteronomy 21, verse 23, it says, Lo talin nivlato el ha'etz. His body shall not remain on the tree. The Tikkuni Zohar comments, it says, and the sin of man is the first carcass of man, which is the tree eitz chaim, a life. This sin should not be hung on it. It is written that he will not hang his carcass on the tree. He who ate from his tree, which is the tree of life, was told in it and ate and lived forever. So the Tikkuni Zohar is
that's also interesting. That's probably a reference to this idea. They're kind of criticizing Jesus in this idea that being hung on the tree, like because that was a tradition that some early Christians drew of Jesus being hung on the tree of life, and basically saying that that's a desecration of the tree of life. It's interesting.
Yeah, and that brings comparisons to Odin hanging on the tree in order to create the runes.
Interesting, especially because of the fact that with the tree of life in Kabbalah, that the different Hebrew letters get associated with different parts of the tree.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I'm seeing connections that could or could not, it may or may not exist.
Parallels that do exist.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Connections might exist. Parallels either do or don't exist.
Exactly. And then you get to go play Parallelomania.
Just as long as you realize they're just parallels and that they might be something more than that, but parallels are just parallels until there's something more. It's almost like, what is it? When's a coincidence just a coincidence, or when's a cigar just a cigar?
Yeah, Parallelomania is all fun and good until the dogma starts.
Yeah. What about Katma?
I don't know. I don't encounter that quite as often.
Yeah, probably because it's not as inflammatory.
To Devarim 21:23 is what we call a remes. It's an allusion to teach that since the person who was put to death on the tree was due to sin, we cannot leave that sin, specifically the Elo Zahav, upon the tree. We must take it down. So according to the Tikkuni Zohar, the tree in Deuteronomy 21:23 is an allusion to the Jewish people, and the Elo Zahav is a sin that was hanging upon them. And so the sin of the golden calf must come down immediately. And so the Tikkuni Zohar is saying that the Jewish people were not directly guilty in creating the Elo Zahav. What do you mean they're not directly guilty? Who else created this golden calf? If the Jewish people were not guilty, then who created the golden calf, right? I mean, even Aharon, when Moshe came down, he says, "Oh, Moshe, it just threw something in the fire, and boom, this thing just came out." There's some funny comedy skit I saw in Israel years ago. Funny, it was like everyone was dressed up in the wilderness. Aharon had like some gold teeth, and because he got all the gold for the people, he got some grills, some gold teeth on, and they all thought Moshe was dead, and next thing Moshe creeps up behind him, and Aharon changes his tune, like, oh, Moshe, the maestro, and of course he gives this whole spiel about the golden calf, but the golden calf was this little teeny like knickknack. It was funny, it was a hilarious thing. Anyway, so but if the people are not guilty, who created it then? Who?
אהרון ויאמרו אליו קום יקהל העם על אהרון ויאמרו אליו קום עשה לנו אלוהים ויאמר עליהם אהרון פרקו נזמי הזהב והביאו אליי.
הרגע הגדול הגיע, מוכנים? מרים תופים. קבלו בבקשה את אלוהים 2.
מה זה החרא הזה?
מה זה?
מה זה החרא?
זה מה שביקשתם, עגל מזהב. תכירו, זה האלוהים החדש שלכם. אלוהים, עם ישראל, אלוהים.
רגע, איפה כל הזהב שהבאנו לך? אני הבאתי לך את כל הזהב שהיה לי, כל מה שחסר לי 20 שנה במדבר.
כשמתיחים זהב, הוא מתאדה.
when melting gold it evaporates in the desert.
כן, מה זה?
אין לו שום קשר לזה.
He's going to be like, I don't know what God looks like.
כשמתיחים זהב, הוא מתאדה. זה ידוע.
This is no.
אבל הוא בכלל לא נראה כמו אלוהים.
כן, מה זה?
אין לו שום קשר לזה. זה לא נראה לך? לא. אבל עם אלוהים שאף אחד לא רואה, זה אין לך בעיה. זה אתה אומר על הכיפה.
no one sees.
אתה יודע מה? אם זה אלוהים, תוכיח. כן, שיעשה איזה נס או משהו.
כן, שיעשה איזה נס.
שיעשה משהו.
תוכיח. אוקיי. יואו, אני לא מאמין, מה זה? מטבע מאחורי האוזן. וואו. יואו. איזה שטויות בחייך, האלוהים של משה הרבה יותר טוב.
משה.
לא, אין משה. משה מת. שכחתם? הלך ל40 יום ולא חזר. אני אומר לכם בדוק, הוא מת.
אולי הוא סתם מתעכב?
לא, אני מכיר אותו, אני אח שלו. הכי מתאים לו למות עכשיו. כשצריך אותו באמצע המדבר, הוא שם עלינו זב ולא מגיע. אני מכיר אותו, זה משה קלאסי.
אבל אם הוא מת, אז איך נדע לאן ללכת עכשיו?
כן,
נכון.
איך נדע לאן ללכת? איפה המסלול? כי אני פה, אולי? אהרון אבינו, הנביא שלכם, היי דוג אהרון מייסטר. היי פה, אולי? אהרון אבינו, הנביא שלכם, היי דוג אהרון מייסטר. לשם. כנען זה שם.
משם באנו.
יפה, עברתם את המבחן. אני מבקש מכולם להיות קצת יותר כמו ציפי. אוקיי, יאללה, זזנו.
אני אומר שאנחנו נחכה כאן למשה. אולי הוא עוד יבוא לכאן.
מה אתה לא מבין? אין משה. משה מת, הלך, כפות, גמור. היה משה, עכשיו אין, עלה להר,
He's right behind me, isn't he?
אבל הוא המנהיג שלנו! איזה מנהיג? מי המגמגם הזה? שלח את... אני משה. תעשו לי טובה, באמת. אוי, אתם יודעים שהדביל הזה אכל גחלים כשהיינו ילדים? אתם יודעים, משה, תעשו לי טובה, באמת.
Alright, תעשו לי טובה. Like, make for me good. Really. It doesn't translate well.
אוי, אתם יודעים שהדביל הזה אכל גחלים כשהיינו ילדים?
The Amber story is why he had to stutter.
איזה... מאחוריי עכשיו, יואו, משה חזר! משה, הגבר.
מה זה?
מה זה, אתם לא מתביישים? בן אדם עולה בשבילכם להר לדבר עם אלוהים, וככה אתם מחזירים לחבורת כפויי טובה. איזה עם קקה. יאללה, להתפזר כולם. אני ומשה נחשוב איך לבוא איתכם בחשבון, כן?
נלך נלך. מה יש לך בפה?
What do you have in your mouth?
כן. איזה...
מה יש לך בפה?
Pure comedy gold.
I like the Ehrenmeister.
Aharon Meister. Yeah. Oh my God, that is such a good. Wait. Let's see.
They really should have adopted that for the name of their priest line, Ehrenmeisters.
Well, I mean, they do have the big Kahuna, the Kahuna Gedulu, the Kahuna Gedola.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, an alternate name for him would be an Ehrenmeister. Yeah. Just kind of amused.
גבירותיי ורבותיי,
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm done.
Okay.
המחזור של דור המדבר. אם היו לי רק 10 דברים להגיד לכם לפני שאני מת, אלו היו 10 הדיברות. תאמינו באלוהים, אבל לא בקטע פנאטי, יותר בקטע של ענווה. זה יעזור לכם לזכור שאתם לא מרכז העולם והשמש לא זורחת מהתחת שלכם, היא זורחת מהתחת שלו. אל תאמינו על עיוור בשום דבר אחר, לא בפסלים, לא בתמונות ובטח שלא באנשים. תמיד תטילו ספק, תמיד תשאלו שאלות, שמרו על ראש פתוח. אל תגידו את השם של אלוהים סתם. בתכלס, אל תגידו שום דבר סתם. אם אתם רוצים שלמילים שלכם יהיה כוח, אל תבזבזו אותם. אל תעבדו בשבת. אתם כבר לא עבדים של אף אחד, לא של הקריירה שלכם ולא של הבוס שלכם. תישארו בבית עם הילדים ותאכלו ענבים קפואים. זה מגיע לכם. תנו ריספקט להורים שלכם. תלכלכו עליהם כמה שאתם רוצים עם הפסיכולוגית שלכם, אבל תמיד תזכרו שאם אתם בחיים, סימן שהם עשו איזה משהו בסדר. כשיהיו לכם ילדים משלכם, אתם כבר תבינו את זה. אל תשקרו, אל תגנבו, אל תרצחו. בקיצור, אל תהיו עם של קקות, זה די ברור, לא? גם אל תנעפו. לנעוף זה לשקר לבן אדם שאתם תרצחו. בקיצור, אל תהיו עם של קקות, זה די ברור, לא? גם אל תנעפו. לנעוף זה לשקר לבן אדם שאתם הכי אוהבים, לעצמכם. אם זה לא עובד, תפתחו את היחסים. אם גם זה לא עובד, תפרקו את החבילה, פרק ב' זה אחלה דבר. גם אל תהיו גרידים. תמיד יהיה מישהו שיש לו בית גדול יותר, או אישה מגניבה יותר, או שור חזק יותר. אם כל הזמן תרצו משהו שאין לכם, תישארו אומללים. והכי הכי חשוב, תזכרו שהארץ שאתם הולכים אליה היא פאקינג מדבר, אז תמיד, אבל תמיד, תמרחו קרם הגנה.
But most importantly, remember the land where you're going is a fucking desert. So put on sunscreen. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
It's really good advice too.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, this is just such a good show. I wish that they had something like this in America. But unfortunately, you know, if Christians were to try to do this, it wouldn't have this. It's like you take Jewish humor and then you take the Jewish understanding of the Bible and you take a certain level of irreverence and you know you're going to get something good.
Again, that's the essence of Jewish humor, is irreverence and self-deprecation. And that's one of the problems is Christians, they struggle with irreverence, but man, they stumble on self-deprecation. They take themselves way too seriously. Tag.
Yeah, I think it's also just one of those things that's kind of a result of like the level of like how much institutionalism there is within a lot of Christian traditions.
Well, and exploiting that power differential for centuries.
Yeah.
That tends to get you on a high horse.
Or a high ox donkey. Right?
I was thinking of the calf donkey that they were talking about the
No,
last
that's what
episode.
I'm talking about. The ox donkey, a calf donkey, ox donkey, same thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
We were thinking-
an ox is just a. I mean, technically, like if a calf was castrated, it would be an ox. Or no, it would be a bullock, actually, I think. But basically, the cow, the golden cow.
Who is the guilty party? Well, when the Chei Ha'egel was committed, the Torah describes Hashem telling Moshe that he needs to go and descend to his people because his people is guilty of creating the golden calf. We read here in Exodus 32, verse 7. Hashem said to Moshe, Lech reiki shechet amecha. Go and descend for your people. Your people. Okay? Amcha, excuse me. At least I said amecha. It's amcha. That you brought up from the land of Mitzrayim has become corrupted. Okay, let's think about that for a second. Why does God tell Moshe that the people are his people? Ki shechet amcha. I mean, are not the Jewish people God's people? I mean, if we go back to Parsha Shemot, what do we find Hashem telling Moshe when it comes to his mission of redemption? Veta lecha, that now you shall go, and I shall ve'esh lachaka el paro, and dispatch you to Paro. Ve'hotze et ami v'nei Israel mi Mitzrayim, and you shall take my people, the children of Israel, out of Mitzrayim. Okay, so what's going on here? I mean, when the Jews are not faithful, Hashem doesn't recognize them no more. So now they're Moshe's people. I mean, first, were they Moshe's people? I mean, yeah, there's people, obviously. There's brothers and sisters. It's a part of the tribe, per se, but like suddenly now they're no longer Hashem's people. I mean, what's going on here? Well, the Torah tells us that about 600,000 people came from out of Mitzrayim in Parsha Beshalach. Now, this is 600,000 men, I should say. It's not including the women or the children in that situation, but 600,000 men. That's about 1/5 of the Jewish people that came out. The other 4/5 perished, whether that was through physical death or assimilation. We do know that 3,000 Jews are put to death because of the sin of the Chei Ha'egel. That tells us that in Exodus 32, verse 28 in this week's Torah portion. So I mention all that because what is 3,000 and 600,000? It's roughly 0.5%. Okay? That's a very small number. So who was responsible for the golden calf? The individuals who were responsible for the golden calf were non-Jews. These were alleged Gerim, converts who had joined the Jewish people when they were leaving from Mitzrayim. In fact, the Kuzari, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, he wrote that the Yetzer Hara overtook a small minority of the nation. This minority fought among themselves and proposing various ideas and courses of action until finally a group of them banded together to make a tangible object of worship, essentially to replace Moshe, something upon which they would be able to focus, just like all the other nations did. Now, I left a reference in there if you want to read a little bit further on the Kuzari when he's having this conversation with the king of Khazar, okay, before the king decides to convert to Judaism. And there basically explains why the nations worship the way they did. They're used to having some type of physical, apparatus, whatever the case may be. And so the Kuzari goes on to say their intent was not to deny the God who took them out of Mitzrayim. Rather, it was to have something in front of them upon which they could concentrate when recounting God's wonders. Now, the Rambam also makes some of these arguments in Moreh HaNevukim when it comes to the Korbanot, why Hashem permitted specific animals to be slaughtered, okay, after the whole Chei Ha'egel situation, because prior before that, the concept of Ve'esul Mikdash V'Shachan to create God a dwelling place was not contingent upon a physical dwelling place. It was something that transpired due to the sin, and therefore the people had to have something physical to look upon to recognize it's a microcosm of them, and they are a microcosm of the greater universe. And so there, the Rambam, also similar to the Kuzari, argues that because Israel was so used to, in their assimilation, seeing certain things as animals, this was introduced to be able to invade their conscience until they finally understood the spiritual meaning behind it. Likewise, we see here, the Kuzari mentions that this minority was able to convince the large mass of the Jewish people, who also was assimilated in Mitzrayim, to adapt this system, a belief, okay, to create this physical thing as a representation and basically substitution of Moshe Rabbeinu. Now, you would think, well, did the Egyptians worship items? They worship Paro, okay? So Pharaoh was like a god to them. Not to say that Moshe was a god, even though the people believed, like, looked at him and Aharon, even Miriam as like demigods. It wasn't until they each became Nifter, they passed away, that the people recognized they're just as human as we are. And we learn a very vital lesson about that in the death of Aharon, when the Torah describes in great detail how the people were deeply impacted from the death of Aharon, because they realized he's just a man, that's all he is. Now, throughout the Torah, we read about certain small minorities that have stirred rebellion amongst the people. One individual is Korach, right? Who made up a minority. He was the first Miflagat HaChorak, the first political party to challenge Moshe Rabbeinu, right? And there's others. But who's this minority group that represents the Chei Ha'egel? Once again, as I mentioned before, it's these Gerim, these individuals who converted to join the Jewish people. The Zohar, Parsha Tisa, comments and says, these people are known as the Erev Rav, literally mixed multitude, okay? And which refers to the mixture of evening going into night. It's also a term that people like to use in a very, very condescending way today. If you don't agree with their religious outlook or political outlook in Israel, you're called the Erev Rav. Okay, and therefore it says, were they Ludim, Kushim, Kaftorim, or Torarim? These are the different nations that lived in Egypt, since they were called Erev. Zohar says no. They were Mitzrayim, Egyptians, who were magicians, okay? They were Khartoumim, sorcerers in Mitzrayim, okay? These are people who came from the higher school of elite society in Mitzrayim. Zohar goes on to say, ooh, it's a little small there, hopefully you can see that. It says, Eli Erav Alaitam, and a mixed multitude also went up with them. But it does not mention the names of the nations because they were all of one nation, one language. But all the magicians and sorcerers of Mitzrayim were there, as it is written in Exodus 7:11. And the magicians of Mitzrayim, they also did in a like manner, because they wanted to stand up against the wonders of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and prove that they could do what he does. But when they saw the miracles and wonders that Moshe performed in Mitzrayim, they returned to Moshe. The Holy One, blessed be he, said to Moshe, do not accept it. And Moshe said, Master of the universe, since they saw your mighty deeds, they want to convert. Let them see your mighty deeds every day. And then they will know that there is no God except you. And Moshe accepted them. In other words, they're his Talmudim, they're his Gerim, etc. They are responsible, essentially. And so this is why Hashem told Moshe, your people, because these are your people that you were willing to take in, okay? And therefore, you're responsible for them because they have now led the nation away in the sin of Avodah Zarah. The Zohar then goes on to say afterwards, Aharon's intention was good because they ganged up on him to convince him to help them in their insurgency here of taking over the nation. But many Jews joined with the Erav in their hearts. Therefore, when Moshe came, he had to purify and cleanse the holy nation of that sin, and he gave them drink until they were all cleansed, and no refuse at all remained in them. So the Zohar is alluding to the sotah drink, in which he took the luchot, rounded it up, and then made a mixture and made the people drink. It's very similar to the sotah, a woman who is guilty or suspected of some type of infidelity. The husband takes her to the Beit Din, the Sanhedrin. The sacred name of Yud-Kei Vav-Kei is written and erased in the waters. She swallows it. If she's guilty, chas chalila, she dies. If she's not, she goes on to be very prosperous. She's an Eshet Chayil, things of that nature. And so we see here is that the people, because the majority were pure, they were not, if you will, filled with mischievous intentions, that they were purified. And so this small minority that led the people were the guilty party. This small minority was responsible for the Che'el. And these individuals were originally non-Jews, okay? These non-Jews were able to cause the heart of the Jewish people to follow them. After all, the majority of the people, the 1/5 that came out, they were already assimilated into much of Egyptian society. You're not talking about very refined, pure people. I mean, the Chazal says they were the lowest gate, the 49th gate to Tumah. And so we can see that they're not at their most refined moment. Now, the Zohar goes on to explain that when Gerim joined Israel, they're like a sapachat, like a assimilated into much of Egyptian society. You're not talking about very refined, pure people. I mean, the Chazal says they were the lowest gate, the 49th gate to Tumah. And so we can see that they're not at their most refined moment. Now, the Zohar goes on to explain that when Gerim joined Israel, they're like a sapachat, like a scab on the flesh. Why? Well, because the root of their soul is still tainted with tumah, with impurity that can have damaging effect upon the Jewish people. It's here we read in the Zohar to Tisa. It says, come and behold, we have learned that Gerim are as bad to Israel, Israel as a pachat bifsa hachai. Okay, as a sore, as a scab on the skin. And this is especially the case for this Arab, this mixed multitude, who are not proper Gerim. Okay, now this is a whole thing within itself that deals with conversions and tragically the politicization of conversions in the modern Jewish world today, and largely because of a lot of the missionary elements that you have from Christianity, Messianic Judaism, that attempts to infiltrate Jewish communities with false intentions on trying to swindle people into Christian belief systems. And so basically you have individuals, or you got people who try to convert for other nefarious purposes, maybe because this Jewish guy has a lot of money and I want to marry him, right, for his money. So obviously it's not, the woman's on it for the mitzvot. So if there's no pure intentions, the conversion things become more rigorous, which becomes way too much to explore in this topic here. It's another topic to get into. But nonetheless, if a person's not a proper ger, they're like a sapachat. According to the Torah, there were 3 types of sara'at, the skin disease that formed on a mitzvah, okay? It developed in 3 different stages. You had first what's called a bacheret, the second was a sa'et, and then the last part was a sapachat, okay? So according to Zohar, Gerim that do not do a proper yor, they're just like the Erav who have the status of a Mitzorah. A Mitzorah is a contraction of Motzirah, one who brings out evil. And so the inner meaning of this whole concept here is really referring to Esav and Ishmael, which really refers to Christianity and Islam, which are both outgrowths of Judaism that has claimed to replace the Jewish people. And this is something we'll talk about as we go along. Now, commenting further on this, the Shalah comes along and he says this via a mashal, a parable. He says, a king who owned a vineyard entrusted the vineyard to a leaseholder. As long as the leaseholder produced good wine, the owner described the wine as his. However, when the leaseholder produced inferior wine, the owner referred to the inferior wine as this. He said to the king, my lord king, why is the wine yours when it's good, whereas when it is inferior, it's mine? After all, is it yours regardless whether it's good or inferior? This is very similar to the relationship between the Jewish people and God. The Jews are the vineyard. Moshe is the leaseholder, and God is the king. When God first appointed Moshe as the leaseholder of the vineyard, Israel is called Israel, his people. However, when the vineyard produced inferior wine, meaning the Arab, God called the Jews Moshe's people. And so this is why every ger, if you will, potential ger, ultimately is a reflection of the rabbi that they're learning under. So the Shalah's point here is that the Erev Rav only had status in Israel through Moshe Rabbeinu. By joining Israel, the Erev Rav took on the status of becoming Jews. In Halakha, there's no separation of second-class citizen. Okay, one is not even to refer to a ger as a ger. They're considered a Jew. Okay, in every right of the term, even if they just came out the mikveh a couple hours ago, they're considered a Jew. And so the Checha Egel, if you will, is compared to an inferior wine, which means the downfall of Israel through the Erev Rav eventually falls on Moshe's responsibility. Why? Because he should have made sure that those non-Jews, prior to becoming Jews, were worthy of being Jews. Now, since the majority of Klal Israel was not guilty of creating the Egel Zahav, they're still considered God's people. The Shalach HaKadosh, he goes on to say afterwards, the whole reciprocal attachment, okay, the divukut, the cleaving here to God, is due to the intermediary Torah. It was the Torah which cleansed Israel from the residual pollution of the original serpent, that's called Zuhama. When the Jews stood at Har Sinai, this residual pollutant, or this Zuhama, if you will, returned to affect Israel as soon as they had made the Egel Zahav. And the Shalach says, whatever negative influences were found in the Nachash were present in the Egel Zahav. He goes on to say, we therefore see that the construction of Egel Zahav was an act of robbery via his God that robbed Israel. The abundance that God used to shower upon him. And here he uses a play on words because abundance or flow in Hebrew is called shefa, okay? Shifa, shefa, tomato, so people like to pronounce it as that. From on high was withheld because of the pesha, criminal violation. And so there's a permeation here. The word shefa is a permeation, a pesha, of criminal violation of God's Torah. And basically because Israel resorted to this criminal act, tragically, even though they were influenced, okay, they were considered, if you will, accessories to the crime, it stopped the shefa from flowing down. So we see here, Shalom mentioned that the impure forces found in the Egel Zahav were also found in the Nachash. That's interesting, very interesting, because in Hebrew, the word Nachash, Nun, Chet, Shin, can be read as an acronym. The Nun obviously is Nachash, which we translate as serpent. The word Chet is Chamor, which is donkey. And the Shin is Shor, which refers to the ox. Shor v'Chamor. Interesting. When Israel succumbed to the deception of the Erev Rav and committed the Egel, it was as grievous as the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash. In fact, in relation to the Beit HaMikdash, the destruction of it at least, we read about the theme of the Shor v'Chamor. What do I mean? Well, a Shabbat Chazon, okay, which is the Shabbat that is first read immediately after Tisha B'Av, in which we read 7 weeks of consolation, Shabbat Nachamu. Well, actually, Shabbat Chazon, the vision, and Shabbat Nachamu is after, in which Isaiah is read about perceiving Hashem, the visionaire. It's reads as a rebuke that Israel does not know their master, but the donkey and the ox does. It's a very interesting passage we read in Isaiah 1:3. Yada Shor konehu v'Chamor. The ox knows his owner, and a donkey, it says, Evus Be'alav, his masters. But Israel, however, lo yada'ami, my people do not know. My people does not comprehend. They lack hit bonan. They lack contemplation. Now, what's interesting about this verse here in Isaiah 1:3 is that over in Christianity, this verse is used to be applied to the nativity story with baby Jesus, with Yeshua HaNotzri. And in a homily on the Gospel of Luke, the church father, Origen, he applied this verse to the birth of Yeshua, claiming that the Jews represent the shor, the ox, while the Gentiles represent the chamor, the donkey. And Origen claims that since the Jews failed to accept the deity of Jesus, but the Gentiles believe in the deity of Jesus, that the faith of the Gentiles, the faith of Christianity, is far greater and superior than that of the Jews or Judaism. And this is what Origen wrote here. He says right over here, the manger in which Christ was laid was that very one which the prophet foretold, saying, the ox knows his owner, and the donkey his master's manger. The word for master, which he uses in Greek, Kyrios, okay, is of course the word for Lord. However, you have to realize in his case, he means UK Vavke, but that's not the case when you translate Hebrew and Greek, because Kyrio, many times in the Septuagint, the Greek translation of Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible, is Adon, which means master. Okay, that's one of the defective parts of Christianity's ability to translate the Hebrew Bible. The ox, it says a clean animal, symbolizes the people of Israel, while the unclean donkey symbolizes the Gentiles, who nevertheless knows the manger of their Lord. Now remember, Lord means God to them. While as the prophet himself goes on to say in the same verse, Israel has not known me, and my people have not understood. Having understood this manger, let us strive to know the Lord, meaning God, and become worthy of the knowledge of him, and to receive his birth, because the birth here is God in the flesh, according to the church fathers, the resurrection of his flesh, and also his glorious return in majesty. To him be the glory, dominion unto all ages. And to that we do not say amen. We just don't say that, okay? But that is a homily which is found in many Christian writings that hold it up as liturgy, okay? So what we see here is, once again, because Kyrios in Greek has one meaning, okay, which in English is translated as Lord, all right? They don't differentiate that the different sacred titles of God in Hebrew don't have the same meaning, okay? Just because Greek uses one. All right, so in that situation, Kyrios many times in the Septuagint could refer to Adon, okay, which just means a master, not Hashem like Yud Vavke. But that's the plunder of the church and their fallacies or mistakes of their doctrine, which I did a teaching a couple years ago called The Golden Calf of Christianity, a two-part teaching. It's on YouTube, I believe, it wasn't taken down by the powers that be at YouTube, which basically deals with that topic there. Christianity, very similar to what the Jews did on Har Sinai with their mistaken notion of believing in the second coming, okay, of Jesus, of Yeshua Notzari. But nonetheless, it's very interesting that that topic is applied there, because we see how Christianity uses it. And as I just mentioned here, that this concept of Shor v'Chamor is a reference to Esav and Ishmael, Christianity and Islam, okay? So why did the Egel Zahav resemble a ox and a donkey? Why? Well, I found something interesting over in Masechet Sanhedrin regarding the Nachash. We read here in Sanhedrin 59b. It's taught in the Baraita, which is an additional piece of Mishnah literature, which means it's an authoritative piece of rabbinical writings. It says over there, Rabbi Shimon ben Manasseh says, woe over a great attendant that has been lost to the world, as had the snake, the Nachash, the serpent, not been cursed, that it should go on its belly, its gachon, okay? This is referring to the episode of Gad Eden, the Nachash, Adam, Achava, etc. It says, would it not have been cursed to go on its belly, there would have been two fine snakes at the disposal of each and every one of the Jewish people, meaning that every single Jew would be able to have two Nachashim Tovim for their usage. One, a Jew could send to the north, and the other could send to the south, to bring him precious stones here. And these precious stones here are the san bolonim, which is a type of precious stone, and other precious stones and pearls. Who, moreover, he would attach a strap under his snake's tail, like a harness to an animal, and use it to take dirt out of his garden and to rebuild his ruin, as he does with other animals. And so this demonstrates that the snake was capable of performing labor. Okay, this is a very interesting passage here. What does it mean? What does this have to do with the shore of a chamor, etc.? Over in the Midrash, Perkei de Rabbi Eliezer, it tells us that when the Nachash was the whole episode in Gad Eden, and Parsha Breshit, the downfall of Adam Achava, that Samuel, which is the angelic name of what we call the Satan, the adversary, entered the scene to take possession of that thing that we call the Nachash. Now, Nachash, we translate as serpent, but it's not a serpent like what you and I think is a serpent. Even in modern Hebrew, what we call serpents or fiery serpents, okay, obviously, which is venomous snakes, it's not that same a reptilian beast, okay, reptilian species. The Nachash is something completely different, as Adam and Chava existed in another dimension. But in Perkei de Rabbi Eliezer, we learned that when Samuel came and took possession of this is what ultimately is what led to the downfall of many of the things that took place in Parsha Breshit. We read here in Perkei de Rabbi Eliezer, chapter 13. It says, when Samuel was the great prince in the higher worlds, heaven, the Chayot had 4 wings. The Chayot are the angelic beings that you read about in the book of Ezekiel. And the Seraphim had 6 wings. And those are the angelic beings you read about in the book of Isaiah. It says Samuel had 12 wings. What did Samuel do? He took his band, meaning those representatives he had with him, and descended and saw all the creatures which the Holy One, blessed be He, had created in His world, and He found among them none so skilled to do evil as the Nachash, as it says there in Breshit, Genesis 3:1. Now the Nachash, serpent, was more subtle than any of the beasts of the field, or cunning, if you want to use that term as well. Its appearance was something like that of the camel, and he mounted it and rode upon it. Now, don't think in your head that Samuel, physically got on the harness, this thing that looked like a camel or a horse, and was yelling, Yalla, Kadima, let's go.
Why can't I like that picture?
Anthropomorphic terminology for us to understand, but it doesn't mean it happened literally.
I mean,
in a sense,
you can, but
operating in the different dimension. I'll try to explain.
Ideally, not to.
And so the Torah began to cry aloud, saying, "Why, O Samuel? Now that the world is created, it is the time to rebel against Hashem, the omnipresent, Hamakon. It is like a time when you shall lift up yourself on high. Is this the time to do such a thing?" And it says that the master of the world will laugh at the horse and its rider, quoting from Eov 39:18, which the Midrash applies to Samuel's act of rebellion against Hashem. Now, that's also interesting because it's another topic to get into angelology and things of that nature in Judaism about the Satan rider, quoting from Eov 39:18, which the Midrash applies to Samuel's act of rebellion against Hashem. Now, that's also in Eov 39:18, which the Midrash applies to Samuel's act of rebellion against Hashem. Now, that's also interesting because it's another topic to get into angelology and things of that nature in Judaism about the Satan not really having independent power of his own against the will of God, but yet is somehow able to lead a rebellious faction against the plan, the will of God, okay? That's something we have to delve into for another topic. Now, according to Kabbalah, all the life forms, the primordial Nachash, the serpent in Gad Eden, is known to be the greatest concentration of pure din, or we say Givorah, which is the power of constriction, the most powerful transformative substance in all creation, as well as the most volatile and potential lethal force in all creation. Pure Givorah is holy in its root. And I talked about this in my Klipa of Esav teaching. Okay, specifically the Ramchal, when he explained how Esav, at his shoresh, was rooted in the Kedusha of Givorah. Now, for those who don't understand Kabbalah and any of those terms, feel free to look at my teachings on the Klipa of Esav to better understand it. And so we have to understand Nachash, this entity, this thing that Samuel took possession of, was used of such an extraordinary force of some sort that Adam HaRishon used in the beginning, that, quoting earlier from the Baraita, there in the Gemara, Masachet Sanhedrin, that if it was not for the transgression of Adam, each Jew would have two nachashim tovim, two good nachashim, serpent-like things, to be able to mine these precious gemstones. What does that mean? I'll come back to this in a second. Commenting on this, Rabbi Elyashiv Shlomo, okay, in Sefer Deah, he talks about this concept a little further, and he says here, I didn't get time to add the Hebrew to it, but if you have a copy or know how to get a copy of a Hebrew book, or you can find it as well. He said, prior to Adam's collapse, the Nachash was not yet composed of the actual essence of evil. That's interesting. Rather, in its original state, it was particularly vulnerable to evil only because it was created from the very genetic root of the most powerful Givorot. And once again, when Givorot, we're talking about Sfirot, the spheres of energy that HaKadosh Baruch Hu emanates through, okay, the energy of the divine. Therefore, it was permissible for Adam to use it, as was the case with the other animals mentioned by Chazal. Now, he's referencing there to Masachet Sanhedrin, I just quoted from, that if it was not for the downfall of Adam, each Jew would be able to have these Nachashim Tovim, these two serpent-like entities. This is because before the collapse, the Nachash was not evil in any manner whatsoever. Its root, its shoresh, was the holy Nachash, which exists in the highest transcendent state of holiness. This is the supernal Da'at of Adam Kadmon. Now, what Rabbi Elyashiv is mentioning over here is very nebulous language, and it's hard to be able to bring all this across in the time I have for the teaching today. But he's commenting upon something that takes place in the Torah that took place in another dimensional reality. In fact, in the writings of the Vilna Gaon, the Gra, he wrote many schematics of certain things that dealt with this topic. And here, there's this image of what's supposed to be a Nachash, a serpent, and many other nations around the world actually have this depiction in their writings. You can also find it in the Sefer Yetzirah as well, dealing with the constellations and the planets, and it's called the Ouroboros, which is essentially a snake with his tail in his mouth. However, in Jewish writings, we find what's called a double Ouroboros, okay? And we find a schematic with Hebrew. There's a left and right side, which looks like hemispheres, kind of like a brain. However, the Vilna Gaon, in Jewish writings, we find what's called a double Ouroboros, okay? And we find a schematic with Hebrew. There's a left and right side, which looks like hemispheres, kind of like a brain. However, the Vilna Gaon, if anyone fully knew his work, was all about messianic redemption through, okay, the form of science and the evolution of science and scientific thought and cosmology and many of the things that make up life. And here we have an image, the schematic of what I would call a motherboard, okay, like a computer chip, which is really a reference to a higher dimension of consciousness, which essentially means that you and I are living in a simulation. Okay, and this has been proposed by many in the physics community who has dealt with this hypothesis about this world as a hologram, we're living in a simulation, is being governed by a higher state of consciousness. There's something there. And the Gra had this depiction of understanding this is a higher dimensionality that Adam and Chava collapsed from into this lower vibrational frequency that we live in. And therefore, after the collapse of the Nachash, this is the, and the Gra had this depiction of understanding this is a higher dimensionality that Adam and Chava collapsed from into this lower vibrational frequency that we live in. And therefore, after the collapse of the Nachash, this is the consequence of that. And therefore, we see of understanding this is a higher dimensionality that Adam and Chava collapsed from into this lower vibrational frequency that we live in. And therefore, after the collapse of the Nachash, this is the consequence of that. And therefore, we see this Ouroboros, this depiction here of a mind, but it's not like a mind. The human mind is somewhat is a model after a higher model. Like man is a blueprint of Adam HaKamon, the primordial man, as I just got quoting from Rabbi Elyashiv when he talked about the supernal Da'at. That's the knowledge, the brain of Adam Kamon, which is the primordial Adam, not an actual man, but the image in which everything is created through. And therefore, Da'at, a moach, in Hebrew, moachim, brains, refers to states of consciousness. Similar, if you write a program, okay, and you put it obviously on a computer, you're going to have the circuitry and everything that program runs off of. Just like you have a brain, right? Your soul's inside, the body is the soul's operating through it, but this is obviously a microcosmic of the macro. Rabbi Yoel Bass, Zechron Levracha, who recently passed away, a major student of the Gra, he wrote, within the context of the role purpose of the primordial Nachash, it now becomes astoundingly clear that technology is none other than the original tikkun of the creation story. Technology is none other than the original tikkun, rectification of the creation story. Adam, Chava, Gad Eden, Nachash. In other words, the awesome transformative power of modern technology is none other than the original tikkun power of the Edenic Nachash, completing even against our conscious or unconscious will, the original mission and tikkun of Adam. Along with the curse of humanity, the curse and enmity of the Nachash is also being removed. What Rav Yoel Bass is talking about, and I will touch base on this here, is that through the writings of the Gra was a pioneer in sending individuals to Eretz Israel. Many before the Zionist state propped up came from out the north, from where the Gra was at, from Vilna, and sent them there. And many of his descendants and disciples were advanced students in mathematics and chemistry, alchemy, many of the sciences. In fact, for one to be considered a truly, not just competent rabbi, but also mikubal Kabbalist, they had to be adversed in multiple languages and the sciences, including astronomy and astrology, to understand it. And that's very important. I'll touch base upon this in a minute here, because Rav Bask, he mentioned here about the Edenic Nachash. Many of the things that we read about in the story of Breshit are a narrative, but also a deep allegory contained, like the 4 rivers that emanate from out of the throne of God, which also alludes to similar stories shared by other religions and cultures of the world about 4 supernal sources of power that come out. Kind of look like a cross, like a crossroads of some sorts. And so there's a tikkun here with some type of technology. What Rav Bas is getting at is that the Nachash was a technological piece of equipment that Adam used. It wasn't an actual reptile, okay? In fact, Rabbi Natan Shapiro in his Megillah Amukot, I don't have the quote here with me, he asked a question that if there was only one serpent in Gan Eden, why did Chazal mention the possibility of 2 serpents, that each Jew would have Nachashim Tovim? Why? These are 2 main forces of Tumah in this world. There's the Shor of Achamor. Once again, Shor of Achamor represents Esav and Ishmael, which represents Islam and Christianity. But don't get it twisted that it refers to Ishmael or Islam and Christianity as religions. The religions are only the institutionalized face of the root behind that powers them. In other words, Islam and Christianity represents 2 states of consciousness amongst the Gentile nations that were derived from Judaism, but taking the Jewish sources out of context, much like what Christianity did by worshiping a Jew as God and all the other things, as we read from Origen's writings there, by taking a verse from Isaiah completely out of context, Islam has done the same thing. Both believe that they replace the original people of the book, that their revelation of God is greater than that which came before them. But also, their birth into society represents states of consciousness. And this is why the Rambam wrote in his Mishneh Torah that with Yeshua Notzri and with Muhammad, that their existence or their permeation into existence is needed to lead to the conscious elevation of the Gentiles to the proper recognition of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And therefore, the Shor of Achamor, donkey and the ox, really represent 2 states of consciousness amongst those 2 different societies. Now, we read earlier here from Rav Bask, he mentioned this concept of technology, a tikkun. Very interesting that according to etymology, the English word technology comes from the Greek word, and I don't have it on the screen, but technology comes from the Greek word techne. Techne in Greek either means art or a skill. Now, in Indo-European, the root of techne is tex, which means to literally weave or to fabricate, create something. Now, if we go further into Hebrew, the word techne or tex in Indo-European is the Hebrew 3-letter root tav, kuf, nun sofif, which is tikkun, which we use to mean rectification. So the word tikkun in Hebrew has a direct correlation to the English word technology. In other words, the Nachash in Genesis was the most evolved form of technology in the higher dimensional time of Adam HaRishon. And therefore, when we read in the Baraita about if this did not happen, there was no collapse of Adam HaChava, then each Jew would have Nachashim Tovim, would have 2 technological entities in rectifying the creation. Now that's mind-blowing, because now you're talking about artificial intelligence that was being used back then. And people wonder how the pyramids were built and all this other stuff, and they fantasize about aliens and balloons spying over the U.S. under the current presidential administration, right? The government and the 3-letter agencies will throw anything out there for psyops, but they'll never let you learn the truth about what really happened with the advancement of man's consciousness from back in the day. Now, if we go back to Rabbi Eliashiv in Sefer Deah, he continues on this topic, and he says, the entire perfected tikkun in the Chash, that it was craftier than all the other animals, that it walked upright like a man, that it ruled over all the animals and beasts, had nothing to do with its original essence. It did not attain this level through the innate development of its roots, as was the case with all other forms of existence. Every other form developed its respective characteristics in accord with its original roots. It evolved in such a way that whatever form it took at the end was a direct outcome of its original potential, with all the advantages and disadvantages particular to it. He goes on to say, this was not the case with the Nachash. In its original root, it had no advantage whatsoever over other forms of life. On the contrary, it evolved from the lowest species of animal life from those creatures which crawl upon the earth, as Chazal taught, commenting back from Masechet Sanhedrin, in which it quotes from the Torah in Genesis, Kol, every living thing that crawls upon the earth. The word Kol or all comes to include the Nachash. He goes on to conclude, rather, its very construction and elevation from the lowest rank to such an elevated stature. All of this was in order to make it a proper and prepared instrument for the forces of evil or Samuel, to clothe themselves within it. It was for this purpose that it was synthetically constructed in opposition to what was befitting from its origin. So in other words, what Rabbi Eliashiv is saying is that the Nachash was a hybrid form of artificial intelligence, AI. And the only way I can sum this up for you guys who like to watch movies like Marvel, The Age of Ultron, was an artificial intelligence that Tony Stark created that became effective with a virus and became basically rogue, almost like Skynet on Terminator, or the Machine City in the Matrix. It became sentient and then it rebelled. So what caused it to rebel was this force called the Samuel. What does that mean per se? I don't know, but we are living in a time today that we are starting to see more advancement with AI, ChatGPT and all these other things. The concept of helping people with brain damage somehow transfer consciousness to a computer chip and to decide, oh, machine. And therefore, what was will be. Now, it's also interesting, for those who are interested, you can pick up, once again, Rabbi Yoel David Bask, Zechron Levracha. There's a few books out there. And for those individuals who want to know concepts about Mashiach ben Yosef and ben David, it's not your typical, like in Christianity, they think Mashiach ben Yosef, it's not that concept. Mashiach ben Yosef, according to the Gra, is a conscience, it's a development, one that comes to fight the struggles, the suffers, it prepares a transition from one existence to another, from one paradigm shift to another. And he talks about it in his writings. So you can find his works on Amazon. He recently passed away, I think, almost about a year ago. And this is a two-part volume called The Secret Doctrine of the Gilon of Vilna. This is volume 2. He has volume 1. There's a few other books there as well. Very, very deep concept. But you can see where the Gra, he believed he was Mashiach ben Yosef, a fractal spark of that, a nitzot, okay, that would lead, because he saw Israel playing an innovative role in the development of AI, artificial intelligence, which will be used as a tikkun for man. And that's deep, because if you ever take a look in Israel, IBM, right? Many of us should know that. It's an acronym for International Business Machines Corporation. In Hebrew, though, IBM is actually spelled with the letter Yud, Beit, Mem, but it's not spelled with a Mem Sofif, right? Yud, Beit, Mem is a permeation of Mem, Beit, Yud, Mashiach ben Yosef. Mashiach is the collective consciousness of Am Israel. In other words, it's not just a human Superman, it's the evolutionary development of the consciousness of man. And deeper in the Gra's writings, as well as Rabbi Bask, it talks about the Nachash, the negative Nachash, versus the rectification Nachash, because Nachash is a numerical value of 358, Mashiach is a numerical value of 358, so the way to defeat the Nachash is via Mashiach, but it's not what you think as a Superman popping out of the sky like in Christianity. No, Mashiach is a consciousness, it's a process. Now, here's the irony in all this. Anyone who's ever familiar with the Shoah, the Holocaust, and the tragedy that happened to the Jewish people, there's a thing called Operation Paperclip. In Operation Paperclip, you can read about a documentary, there's books on it, look on YouTube. One of the organizations, corporations that were used by the Nazis in basically degrading the Jews was IBM. IBM is how Jews got their actual tattoos, their numbers on their arms, okay? That's how they got numbered. IBM was involved in it. Now, IBM plays a very pivotal role in Israel's technological sector today. So how is it that the Jews would want to be in bed and do business with a corporation that was out to kill them like they were cattle underneath the leadership of Hitler, Yamach Shemo? This is Mashiach ben Yosef who suffers. That you can suffer through the instrument of a technology only to use it to rectify the damage that it brought into the world. That's the point of the Gra's teaching, or even Rabbi Yoel Bask. And so, in conclusion of this teaching, which is probably just a fractal, it's scraping the surface.
Interesting. You have any thoughts on, any of this, but also that? That's...
Oh, I was going to say I have three different sort of groups of thoughts here. The first one is with the Erev Rav, and the idea that it seems like Moses, the situation between Moses and Yahweh was basically Moses was saying, I found a bunch of these stray, Erev Rav. Can I adopt them? Yahweh, no.
Well,
please,
stray Egyptian.
What's it?
Stray Egyptian. It would be stray Egyptian magicians.
Yeah. And again, how there were that many, given the number of them, how there were that many Egyptians in Egypt. It's like, was everybody in Egypt an Egyptian that wasn't a Hebrew? But, that was beside that point. But it's basically Yahweh says no, and Moses says, oh, pretty please. It's like, well, you got to take care of them. They're your pets. You got to clean up after them. Yeah, that take on it. Another one was, I'm not exactly sure why them, creating the golden calf before they had gotten the commandments was so awful. It'd be, if they had known that they were doing something wrong, I would understand that, but they didn't know it was wrong yet. And I was going to say, what makes a donkey unclean?
Honestly, maybe it's just the noise. Ee-haw, ee-haw.
Okay. I was just trying to see if there was something inherently did it, because it's like, I know like pigs are, there's certain ones I get why they're unclean, but it's like, I didn't understand why donkeys would inherently qualify. No, but the stuff he's saying with the Nakash, the one thing that never occurred to me, and it makes a lot of sense, is the idea of the Nakash is basically a Mobius strip.
Oh, interesting.
Because that's what the Ouroboros basically is a Mobius strip.
Except on a certain, is it a Mobius strip, or is it almost like a meta Mobius strip? Or is a Mobius strip a meta Ouroboros, rather?
Well, they definitely have some similarities. They're going to have some differences. Again, if you've never played around with a Mobius strip, they're rather fascinating contraptions. They don't have two sides. They only have one side and only one edge.
Interesting. Only one side and only one edge?
Yeah.
Alright. Anyway, so, wait. Where did I put it? ויאמר אדוני אל משה גם את הדבר הזה אשר דיברת אעשה כי מצאת חן בעיני ואדעך בשם ויאמר הריני נא את כבודך ויאמר אני אעביר כל טובי על פניך וקרא אותי בשם אדוני לפניך והכנתי את אשר אחון וריחמתי את אשר ארחם ויאמר לא תוכל לראות את פני כי לא יראני האדם וחי ויאמר אדוני הנה מקום איתי וניצבת על הצור והיה בעבור כבודי ושמתיך בנקרת הצור ושקותי כפי עליך עד עברי והסיר אותי את כפי וראית את אחורי ופני לא יהרו. And Adonai said to Moshe, also this thing or this word that you have spoken, I will do because you have found favor in my eyes, and id'acha, and you will know, and I will know that you, and I will know you by name. And he said, Harini, like, make it seen to me, please, and kvodecha, like, please make seen to me your glory. So interesting. So this is definitely talking about Shekhinah. And I know that just because I've spent enough time. I mean, let's see. Give me visual access to your glory, God. Moses asked for a visual appearance of God's essence. Sounds scandalous. Please show me your glory. Well, it's true that Our sages in the Mechilta on Exodus 15:2 have said that the Israelites became perfect divisions. I granted the prophet Yechezkel or Ezekiel. When they stood on the beaches of the Sea of Reeds, we have already heard that God spoke with Moses face to face, and these visions were only of God being a consuming fire. When God told Aaron and Miriam that he had revealed himself to Moses far more clearly than he revealed himself to Moses far more clearly than to them. Numbers 12:7. This is referred to a level below that which Moses aspired to now when he asked to see God's glory in our verse. Moses perceived that the time was opportune for him to ask to be granted still further insights, and this is why he now chose to ask. Dang it, I should have read this before. Bachia says, please show me your glory. There is an emanation called kavod beyond what is generally perceived as kavod glory. There, seeing that Moses had already achieved 7 emanations at the time of the revelation of Mount Sinai, he now asked for still greater insights into the workings of God and better understandings of God's essence. The kavod mentioned in this verse is the emanation of Keter. Interesting, the highest 10th of the emanations, it is a reference to the tetragram, i.e. the level of Yud He Vav He. And this is the reason that Kavadecha here is spelled without the letter Vav before the Daled. What? Also, the addition of the word et in front of Kavadecha, which is always an allusion to something additional, may refer to the emanation Chokhmah, which Moses included in his request. Our sages, when dealing with the word et, when applied to what appears to be a reference to God, a problem stating that God has no one beside him, have stated that in Deuteronomy 6:13, where the Torah writes, at Adonai Elokecha, or Kaich, for the Lord your God, that the word et is meant to include a measure of reverence for the Torah scholars. Alternatively, the word kavod does not refer to the highest emanation, but to the kavod acharon, to the last glory. I am acharon, not aharon. Oh, holy crap, my eyes! But I gotta finish this. Does not refer to the highest emanation, but to that Moses requested the insights into God's workings to be made visible to his mental eye rather than to his physical eye rather than to his mental eye. We need to examine how Moses could have assumed that the artifact, i.e. any aspect of God's kavod, could possibly have qualified for perception by the human eye. Moses was on a level where his physicality had receded into his insignificant aspect of his being. Had he not gone without food and drink for 40 days, was not conscious of such limitations as he had not really experienced them. He did not think in. Wait, what are we talking about? Moses. For a second, I thought they were talking about Jesus based on the way that some Christians talk about him. Let's see. Was not conscious of such limitations as he did not really experience them. He did not think in terms of his physical attributes losing their effectiveness, as he had long since ceased to rely on his physical attributes. He thought in terms of what. I'm just going to add that. Holy crap, that was long. But yeah, dang it. You know what, man? I just want to look to see if I can find anything else. Me here, I talk about Shekhinah a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't mention now, just because he's probably like, okay, I mentioned her elsewhere. Interesting. He, Moses said, Please show me your glory. Moses previously asked to know God's hidden ways. Now his request is even far more reaching. He desires to see God's glory to obtain a true understanding of the divine beyond. Wait. I could have sworn there was something else. Oh wait. You. What was? I'm just trying to see. Akivodecha. One second. One second. Just find someone. Alright. And Kivodecha, how every creature, even phenomena in this universe derives from you, even though the phenomenon does not appear to be related to one another. This is what Isaiah 6:3 meant with the words, "Me like the whole earth is filled with His glory." Interesting. Alright, so here. Vayomar Ani Adonai, and he said, I am responsible for all the good. Wait, Tuvi, for all the good things, upon Fanecha, your behalf, like to like upon your face. Vikarati, and I call out by name Adonai. Or I will call in the name of Adonai, Lefanecha, to your face, V'chanoti, and Chanoti. And be gracious to that. I'm just going to read what it says. I shall cause all my goodness to pass before you when you are concealed in the cave. That's why I meant for responsible. I don't know what it means by concealing the cave. I will call in the name of the Lord before you, teach the order of imploring mercy, even when the merits of the Father is Zechut of what no longer applies. And you teach. Okay. And be gracious that as Ochan, as I'm gracious, very humpty, and I'll be merciful, or like I will be compassionate. Merciful is the best. Share arachem, to those whom fall in love. I'm just going to read what it says. I shall call in the name of the Lord before you to teach you the order of imploring mercy, even when the merit of the Father is Zechut Avot no longer applies, and you teach Israel to pray according to that order, the 13 attributes, and their prayers for mercy will therefore thereby be granted, and I shall be gracious when I desire to do so, and I shall be merciful when I desire to do so. But later, he has assured Moses that the 13 attributes, etc., are never unavailing. Vayomer lo, and he said, lo tuchal, not able to, or not, you're not allowed to, to see the face, to see my face, because you're on me, because because you did not bear or you did not conceive or for Hadam for this is for no man can conceive. Wait. For I might be misunderstood. For no man can conceive of me and live. Interesting.
I thought that no man can see him and live, not conceive of him and live.
Well, no, conceive also like conceive, to perceive, like conception, like conceive in your mind.
Well, I know. I was just saying perception is different than conception.
No, but there's also like a you can also have mental conception.
I know, but I was saying the what I had always gotten out of that, it was the more of the physical apprehension. Not having the idea in the head. The idea in the head's an abstraction from the outside. It was the direct interaction with the outside that was the issue. Again, just showing where my traditional what my understanding all these years were versus kind of what they're saying there. I didn't realize having the idea was a problem.
Well, so like if you look here, Ra'ah is to see, look at, inspect, but also to perceive or consider. Now to consider, it's almost this idea that it's not you're just looking at, it's also you're taking that way, or it's not just you're not just gathering information, you're taking the information and you're using it to like it's meta perception.
No, I see what you're saying. It's just like I said, it's a new concept. That's all.
Yeah. And it was funny because at first I thought it was because Ra'an, because there's also another form, like another word very similar to it that actually means to bear. And so I thought it was saying that no man can bear and live, which first of all I was like, what does that mean? But then I was also like, okay, wait, why shouldn't it be ish? Because it's saying man, but there's like, Adam doesn't usually refer to man as opposed to woman. But then I realized that, oh no, that's actually not even talking about like a conception of the womb.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right. So, let's see what this is. For as long as a human being is alive, he cannot experience my essence visually. According to Rabbi Shimon the Yemenite, the definition of a human being is that he is alive. But even celestial creatures, named Chayot, are named thus to remind us that though they live forever, they too are not able to have a visual experience of God's essence. Torah Shlema 131. On our verse, if you were to counter that, Isaiah 6:2 claimed to have experienced such a visual revelation, he said, I have seen God seated on a throne. This will not describe what is this will not describe what is known as a clear vision, but is something at best like a reflection from a mirror. He had been screened by a partition at the time. Let's see. All right, here. See me, the word with Urani, see me, is vocalized with a kamat. It is vocalized like Roani seeth me, and says, none sees me. And lechotzi, to bring us forth, is to bring us forth out of Egypt, and yeshivani, bring me back, if the Lord shall indeed bring me back to Jerusalem. And live. The meaning of vachai and live is and will live. For man shall not see me and live. For he for he will immediately die. Thus upon seeing God's messenger, Manoah said, wait, oh yeah, let's see. Yeah, I'm just going to see. Just going to see what else. Okay. For men cannot both have a visual perception of my essence and remain alive at the same time. According to the plain meaning of the text, this line means that man cannot live on it physically if he cannot live on physically if he is granted a vision of God's essence. We find somewhere similar in Judges 13:22, where Manoah gives the opinion that he and his wife are going to die forthwith as they believed they had seen God. If he thought they were each they're each seeking, I don't even know. Just see a Kabbalistic approach to the words "for men cannot see me and remain alive." It is trustworthy that God did not say "kilo yarani hadam v'chai," but "yarei oti." Had the Torah used the former wording, we would have concluded the man's inability to behold God was due to an objective. What was this? Due to an objective reason, i.e., that God had categorically ruled this one out by using the the Torah made it plain that our inability to think, inability to behold Him is, I don't know what I'm saying. It's just blah blah blah. Yeah, I have to read this another time. It's just holy crap, it's a lot. Going to have to get something in a moment to eat to keep myself awake. Okay. Wait, do we eat this? Alright. Oh yeah, wait, I read that. Vayomer Adonai hine makom iti v'nitzavat al hatzor. And Adonai said, "Behold, this is a place that I nitzavat al har." Interesting. Oh, I'll be right back after I get something, but it honestly sounds like he's sacrificing humans. Like Microsoft is the head. Ooh. Right.
I thought Microsoft stopped doing that.
Doing what?
Sacrificing humans.
Wait, what was the joke I made? Sorry, I'm like really out of it.
Oh, you were talking about Microsoft. It sounded like Microsoft was sacrificing humans. And I said, are they back to doing that again? I thought they stopped.
No, but what did I say sounded like that?
Oh, I don't know. Whatever you were reading.
Oh, and Adonai said, wait, let's see. And Adonai said, "Behold the place." Yeah, I don't know. And Adonai said, "Behold, makomiti. This is the place, v'nitzavta, and you will establish over here a rock." It says, was it maybe? I don't even know. I'm like, I just have this blank space in what I was saying. So funny. All right, so for your needs, so that you will not be harmed, where you will see what you shall see, and you will stay on the rock. The hayab avor, and so it was in the crossing over of when when my honor or when my glory crosses over with some tiach and and you will place it in in the hole or crevice of the rock Hatzor of it Sakoti and hedges and it'll be and I will cover you over with kafi alecha with my with the palms of the hands with the palms of alech above you until I have come back or passed. Interesting, because it seems like it's almost talking in a sense that God is a tree. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah. And that would echo to Asherah with the whole concept.
Yeah. Wait, with what?
God is a tree.
No, but you say it would echo Asherah with what something?
Well,
Bill
Asherah
Hamza?
being the tree.
Oh, I thought you said Bill Hamza or something. I don't know what you said.
No, I was saying the whole God is a tree that echoes of Asherah.
Oh, dude, I'm just tired, so I'm hearing things that are not being said. But luckily, I mean, got I think majority of it out of the way. Vehasiroti et kapi sir. What did I just do? Vehasiroti hasi siro. That'd be PL, I think. Vehasiroti et kapi veraita et ha'achari. And right, Hasir. Take away, leave undone, be removed. And I shall remove my palms, and you will see that my other where are we? Okay, right. Let's see. I remove the palms and see the other Upanai and the recent arrival. I'm so lost. Alright. And they did not face Yereu. He showed him the head nods to fill in, but my face shall not be seen. I got that part. It's hard to get a good picture in Switzerland where they're at least actually sorry, I'm getting my things mixed up. I'm going to wait. So do we? Yeah, Parsha. Wait, Euro, Verita. Do we? Wait, sweet. So I'm going to put on a video real quick. I'm going to guess I need to keep myself away because that's
There's a lot of things to talk about in this. This concept of the Shor v'Chamor, alluding to the two forces of Esav and Ishmael, Christianity and Islam, is not limited to the religion. The religion is the institutionalized simplicity of these two systems, the governments that come from out of it. And each also has evolved. I mean, under Christian society and Islamic society, each nation has evolved and advanced to a certain consciousness. But both are outgrowth of the Jewish people. And that also means when it comes to certain concepts, we see that more Jews whose numbers are greatly lower than the world population have far more Nobel Peace Prizes than that of Christianity and Islam. What we see from this is the concept of consciousness. And so in Ki Tisa, once again, Tisa, we see with Rosh, is through the Zug, the Bat Zug, the pairing of letters is Shabbat, is the elevation of consciousness. The people of Israel could not ascend to the level of Shabbat, that eternal, like Moshe. Now, why this is important also, and it's a separate topic I can do for another time. I got to figure out where I can stick it in there at, but it's a very, very eye-opening topic that the revelation of the Creator we see is shared very similar with other stories around the nations of the world. And Emanuel Veliskansky, who was a Jewish scientist, also a prophet, some consider to a degree, who was ostracized by the Jewish community. His books were shunned for many, many years. He demonstrated how, with the events of the Exodus and the events that led up to Mount Sinai, how the nations around the world and their religions and their calendars matched everything that happened with what was happening during the Exodus, that this great cataclysmic shift happened with the planets and the constellations. And why I mention all that is because this whole event that we read with Adam and Chava and the Nachash, this technology that they had, whatever it may be, we don't know per se, happened at a time that when there was a collapse, it was a collapse that resulted in a cataclysmic shift in the creation with the planets and everything, that the system that you and I live in today is far different than that which existed thousands of years ago. The astrological surveying of the stars, the constellations, is different than how we see them today because of shifts that have happened in the universe. And therefore, every nation records this information. And so what we're seeing here is that as we advance as a human race, we're seeing this investment into artificial intelligence. In fact, at the time of this recording, I saw that President Trump made an announcement to many Americans, this was online, that he pledges that when he becomes president again for the 2024 run, that he's going to invest in 10 American cities. He said new cities, whatever that means, in which there will be flying cars and all this other space advancement. Now, for those who don't know, Elon Musk has always acted as a contractor for the Department of Defense, the DoD. And so a lot of things that you see with him buying Twitter and all that, that's not just him. That's not just not happening. This is a special military mission that they're doing. Everything that's happening you're seeing is all part of a military operation. So the things about flying cars and technology, all this is about advancing the human race via artificial intelligence. The concern of what it could do will determine whether that's going to make or break society. Either there'll be a complete tikkun or there'll be a complete collapse. And so nobody really knows. We have to see. And as far as this being in simulation, that also means, as I explained earlier with that graph of the Gra, that the conscious mind, the hemispheres, like a computer board, a motherboard of some sorts, you're looking at the mind of a cosmic construct of some sort that also is responsible for the lining of the planets and things that happen. Something way beyond the time to elucidate for this teaching, but nonetheless something to open your mind to and to think about. And with God's help, we can talk about it for another topic for another day. So with that said, Chavarim, that's going to bring me to an end for the teaching here of Parsha Ki Tisa. And the end of this teaching, really what it teaches us is that Israel's ability to experience Hashem on Har Sinai, because one of the things that the sages tell us is that if the Egel Zahav was not created, then Israel and the world would have experienced a universal redemption at that time. There would have been a utopian oasis of some sorts, a transformation that would have taken place. It just happens that Emanuel Veliskansky records that at the time of the revelation of Mount Sinai, a small amount of humanity was preserved in the cataclysmic destruction that happened in the globe. In his writings, he talks about it in Worlds and Collisions. If you ever want to read about it, I highly recommend his books. And so nonetheless, Israel failed because of the golden calf. What was the teaching there in that? Is that you had a group of people who were operating in a lower form of consciousness, a lower vibrational frequency. They weren't willing to evolve spiritually. They weren't willing to ascend spiritually. And therefore, because of that, they remain in this lower vibrational frequency. The Torah is teaching us that we need to continue to ascend higher, okay? Ascend beyond. Break forth from the forces of the shore of a chamor, okay? Become greater. And so what I said, it'll bring us to an end here of the teaching. And once again, if our teachings are a blessing to your organization, you would like to donate, you can find a link directly below the description of the video. We thank you for your support. If you have any questions pertaining to this teaching, feel free to send me an email. I will get to those in the order that they come in. Until next time, Chavarim, may the God of Avraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov bless you and your family. Shalom. Kol Tov.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, lots of things, but what are you thinking about?
I was going to say, he almost sounds like a Q fan with the way he's buying into the whole Trump thing.
What did he say?
Oh, he was talking about how Trump, when he comes back into office, how he's promised, and when he gets reelected in 2024, how he's going to turn 10 cities, new cities, and flying cars and all that sort of stuff. It just sounded a lot like Q sort of talk to me.
Oh, to me that didn't sound like it at all. I'm pretty sure I've heard something like that.
Oh, well, I'm not saying I haven't heard it before. It's just that the idea it sounds like he's buying into that whole, because he was talking about Elon Musk buying Twitter as part of a military operation. And that just sounds very Q-like.
That part, sure. But
the other, go ahead.
I mean, I think it may be just the term operation was a misnomer, but basically the idea that it could be connected. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I see where you're going at, but at least with, I mean, the fact that Musk does do a lot of contracting for the DoD means that, like, there's all that potential for collaboration.
Oh, well, again, it's one of those. I'm not opposed to the idea of a conspiracy theory. The
But-
last part is so much of what he's saying echoes, it seems like he wouldn't be too much argument against, again, the idea that I heard back in the 80s about, Yahweh is a time-traveling AI that's bootstrapping itself into existence.
Interesting. So was it with what was it we were talking about right before that?
We're talking about Elon Musk and the idea that he and Trump
Yeah.
have are in some sort of grand plan, and him buying Twitter's part of it, sort of a military type operation.
Yeah, this is not even conspiracy theory. Here, check this out. Wait, I'm trying to find actual.
Oh no, I 100% believe Trump is on board with it. That totally sounds like a Trump idea. No, it's the idea that there's this grand conspiracy, and Elon Musk buying Twitter is somehow part of a coordinated operation, military style. It's just, again, that just sounds like Q to me.
It's one of the less out there things I've heard.
Now, I was curious, is your favorite Texas cult there going to vote for RFK Jr. in the election if JFK Jr. doesn't actually come out and run?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
I bet they will. If they can't get the Kennedy they want, they'll vote for a different one.
Yeah. Oh, here. Oh, so it's the same one. Let's see. All right, now I just need to find the tab again. Oh, here. Let's see what I can find. Oh yeah. Let's see. Tisa. Oh, I know it too. It's fine. Just saw it here. Let's see. Right here. Here.
Get a hold of it in a timely manner. So we are in this week's Torah portion, Parashat Ki Tisa. And you saw there by the interesting graphic on the screen, the title of this teaching is going to be a two-part teaching. And this is called the Golden Calf of Christianity. Technically, part one here, which we're going to be getting into tonight, is known as the mystery of the Shor v'Chamor, the mystery of the ox and donkey. However, it still plays into the same concept of what's called the golden calf of Christianity. And some of you who've been following me might note that many years ago I did a teaching with the same title. However, in that teaching, you did not get everything, okay? And therefore, what you're going to be able to get now is you're going to get the full two-part teaching in its entirety. And so what you heard before, you have not heard tonight. So tonight serves as a part one to this concept, and then we jump over to part two, which I will be coming to you live, B'ezras Hashem, with God's help, this Thursday night, okay? So which will be the 4th of March, okay? So that will be live as well. And so Parsha Ki Tisa is very interesting. We know that the tragic ending that takes place in here is what's called the Chet HaEgel, the sin of the golden calf, in which as Moshe Rabbeinu ascends Har Sinai to receive the Torah, he's there for 40 days and 40 nights. And a group of individuals decide to actually replace Moshe. They believe Moshe is dead, and therefore they convince Aharon, his brother, to create this Erel Zahav, this golden calf. And once this happens, they start to party. Many debaucherous things take place. Hashem informs Moshe. Moshe rushes down the mountain. He smashes the first set of tablets, the first set of luchot, which were much superior compared to the second luchot that Moshe later goes back up the mountain to receive. And this all happened on the historical date of the 17th of Tammuz. Okay, so that's very important to note that while we're reading through these parashiyot, while they may not be in chronological order, to pay attention to the dates that they happen in the calendar of the Jewish people. And so it's the 17th of Tammuz that this took place. And so Moshe, by the time he finally gets the second set of tablets, when he descends, when he goes back up for the final time, it's the 1st of Elul, he's there for 40 days, 40 nights, comes down on the 10th of Tishrei, which is Yom Kippur, which God forgive the Jewish people, and we go from that point there. However, a lot of things that take place here within this Torah portion, I just want to give us a little preamble before we jump right into the topic at hand, is that the Torah mentions the significance about Shabbat. We find the concept of the Vishamru mentioned in this Torah portion, which is a part of the liturgy that we recite on Friday nights and also Saturday. And that's also significant because one of the things I'm going to mention here in the beginning that ties in with this teaching is that Shabbat is mentioned in this week's Torah portion as well in Vayakhel, next week's Torah portion, which is a double Torah portion since we end up coming to an end of the Chumash Shemot before we transition to Leviticus. But that's also interesting. We also learn about the incense, the ketoret. There's a lot of interesting themes that are mentioned. But then we find a lot of these themes being reiterated over in Vayakhel and also in Pickle Day. And the reason why is because what was supposed to be information that was never designed to become concretized in physical form, like the Mishkan and the respective Kalim, they now are going to become physical. The Korbanot, the sacrifices are going to be introduced. They're now going to be something physical. And this is a result of the sin of the golden calf. And as I explained in my previous teaching with the respective vessels of the Mishkan itself, these serve as a microcosm. And as we get to Leviticus, what I will show with God's help, how even certain respective korbanot, they still serve as a microcosm of man, and how the laws of the sacrificial system are still relevant today. They make up a third of the Torah. Though we don't have a physical temple, we don't bring physical animals. We derive the laws, the halachot, from them into our prayer. And so our prayer structures come directly from the korbanot system. And so we will get into that with God's help as we transition to the Chumash of Leviticus, Parsha, Vayikra, and things of that nature. All right, so with that said, what we're going to get into tonight now is this two-part teaching. Now, like what I like to say, for those who come from Christian backgrounds, right? I'm a very controversial individual, if you haven't noticed. However, I'm, I try to be very polite and respectable to everyone without sounding condescending, without trying to sound prideful or arrogant in any way. One of the things you got to understand, when I present certain information out there that challenges a belief system, this is to challenge a dogma. It's not to put an individual down, okay? And in regardless of others out there, let's say like anti-missionaries and others who are completely opposed to the concept of Yeshua HaNotzri and the New Testament, where basically I teach from it from a Jewish perspective. I know not everyone is on that same wavelength. Not everyone shares in that same type of spirit, and that's fine. I understand that, okay? That's another topic to get into with Jewish people, as I have many conversations with many friends, regarding why mess with the New Testament, what's the significance, Jews don't need it, things of that nature, and that's fine. But there must be a tikkun that has to be done specifically for the nations that have come to know the God of Israel, okay, through Yeshua, who come to know him through the New Testament. And there must be a tikkun, because the New Testament has been weaponized, has been basically hijacked, and has also been turned into a force of tumah, of impurity, which has caused, a significant amount of chilul Hashem, a desecration of God's name throughout time. And it's important for people to come to the truth and understand these things. And the only way to do that is by teaching people. And if you're just going to shun them and not have an interest in it because maybe you feel that, Jesus is the Jewish boogeyman, right? That's what many Jews are taught, that Jesus is the Jewish boogeyman, right? I don't know what to say. I can't help you. I always tell my Jewish audience, please respectfully go consult your rabbi if you're going to listen to me on many of these topics. That way you don't feel like, someone is trying to be disrespectful or trying to be manipulative. Chasas Chalila. I have far more other things to do with my time instead of trying to manipulate and deceive fellow Jews regarding something that they may or may not need to hear. So please, respectfully, consult with your local Orthodox rabbi if that's the case. However, for those who come from Christian backgrounds, the information which I'm going to be going to here, please just don't take my word for it. Go and do the research yourself. I just present the information, like the teachings I've done in the New Testament regarding the virgin birth and many of these other things, and explaining it for a Jewish context. I know that a lot of people accept certain things as pure faith. It's their faith, okay? And I respect that. However, you owe yourself the due diligence. Go and do the information. Go do the research. So don't just take what I say here and accept it. Go and do the research. My job is presenting information. I teach Torah, but also you're free to disagree with me, okay? In the Jewish world, we believe in machloket l'shem shamayim. You can have a dispute for the sake of heaven. We live in a day and age today where if you question someone else's belief system or somebody disagrees with you, next thing you know, they want to start passing federal laws and they want to start censoring people. This is pure studio. The Torah does not advocate this type of reality. The Torah advocates a healthy, holistic reality where two people can engage upon biblical concepts and disagree. They can have an indifference, right? It doesn't mean it's the end of the world. And that's something very important. However, I also know in the Christian world, for a lot of people who grow up, they were taught that if you question a certain thing that is considered theological, depending on its respective denomination, you are one trip away from busting hell wide open, right? And that's how some people were taught. And therefore, some people would never dare play devil's advocate or question certain things, and they try to play it safe. So that's another thing you have to be able to break free, that klipa, that shell nation. You are one trip away from busting hell wide open, right? And that's how some people were taught. And therefore, as a part one, Leviticus, Parsha, Vayikra, and things of that nature. The vessels of the Mishkan, 40 days, 40 nights, comes down on the 10th place in here is what's called the Chet HaEgel, the sin of the topic at hand, is that the Torah mentions the significance about Shabbat. We find however, you owe yourself the due diligence. Gila, I want to jump right into things here. So in this week's Torah portion, we read about the Chet HaEgel, once again, the sin of the golden calf. Now, what's interesting about the sin of the golden calf is that prior, before and after the sin, the Torah talks about the commandment of Shabbat, okay? And this is something I'm also going to be talking about later on in the week as well. I have a lot of topics I'm going to be talking about here, but first I want to focus on my two-part teaching on the golden calf. So we read over here in Shemot, Exodus 31, 12 through 18. Vayomer Adonai el Moshe lemor. God speaks to Moses, says, Ve'ata daber el bnei Israel lemor, and speak to the children of Israel and say, however, et Shabbatai.
Yeah, never mind. It's just the same spiel that he gives later. Excuse me. Let's see. Let's see. Tisa.
Shalom everyone, and today we're studying Parashat Tisa, a very tough one, because Parashat Tisa, you can find it, by the way, in the book of Exodus, chapter 30, verse 11. Parashat Tisa is discussing many topics. However, within these topics, we have the most touchy one, the most sensitive one. It is the story of the golden calf. Just to get the picture, the Israelites are going for about a year of a journey with the Egyptians, as Moses is being told to go to Pharaoh, tell him, let my people go. So it takes about a year and 10 plagues till the Israelites leave Egypt. Then 7 weeks walking the desert, and on the 50th day, after the 10th plague, after the Exodus, Mount Sinai revelation. Moses goes up to the mount for 40 days, and on the last day, it looks like the Israelites are losing patience, and you can find it in chapter 32, Exodus, verse 1. Vayar ha'am ki boshesh Moshe laradet min ha'ar. And the people saw that Moses is late coming down from the mount. Vayikael ha'am al Aaron, so the people gathered on Aaron, Moses' brother, Vayomu elav kum aseh lanu Elohim. Get up and make us a God asher ילכו לפנינו, that will lead us. כי זה Moshe האיש, because that guy, Moses, that person that got us out from the land of Egypt, we have no idea what happened to him. Somebody goes up for the mountain in the desert for 40 days, he's probably dead. So if they just, and the word boshesh, there's a game over here of words, because boshesh means late, but it's also beshesh, on the 6th hour. Like he was 6 hours late. I don't want to go into it too much because of the details, because we need to cover the real issue over here. And the real issue is that it says that Aaron says, you want me to make you a god? Bring your gold jewels. And they bring the jewels, they give it to Aaron, and he makes the golden calf. And they say, I'm reading in chapter 32, verse 3, and they say, these are your God, Israel, Ele Elohecha Israel, Asher Elucha me'eretz Mitzrayim, that got you out of the land of Egypt. Vayar Aaron vayiven mizbeach lefanav, and Aaron builds an altar, and he announced, Vayomar Chag l'Adonai Machar, tomorrow we are doing a festival to God. Okay. Then they got up in the morning and they started to celebrate, and they were eating and drinking. Looks terrible. 40 days later, 40 days after Mount Sinai revelation. How could that happen? Each one of us, every normal human being is saying, if I was there and I would go through all this process of 10 plagues in Egypt and the miracle of walking in the desert and the pillar of cloud walking in front of the camp and the pillar of fire and then at night, and then crossing the sea, the Red Sea, the miracle of the Red Sea, and Mount Sinai revelation, we spoke about it so much for the last 8 weeks. Less, yes. So how could that happen to us? How could that happen to anyone? Okay, and this is what the topic is about, because if we're going right now to start trying to have gossip about the Israelites some 33 centuries ago, it says very clearly in our sages' wisdom, do not ever judge another person unless you are in his place and you realize what is he going through. And because we are not in their place, we cannot judge them. The question is, the Torah is eternal. What is the message for us? Is the Torah telling us gossip about the terrible stuff the Israelites did in the desert in making a golden calf after Mount Sinai revelation? Or is it a message for us, for each one of us, about our own spiritual journey? And that is the true answer. So let me just read a little bit more to see the result.
I liked what he just said about that. It's like my memory's shot, so I have to hear that again.
And a revelation, or is it a message for us, for each one of us, about our own spiritual journey? And then,
yeah, it's like is a thing about the Shabbat being almost like the curative for that. Was that for them or was that for us? I don't know.
I was going to say, going back to the last one, I was going to say I never thought that Jesus was the Jewish boogeyman. I always thought that was Haman.
Well,
But,
no, because there's like the devil, but then there's the boogeyman.
Well, yeah, I always saw Haman used as the boogeyman. Haman's going to get you, sort of thing. Yeah, that's just my experience growing up. You know,
I see what you're talking about. I guess it's just more so like Haman's not like seen as this existential threat so much, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, then that's why I see him as a boogeyman, where he's used something to scare kids, kind of concept.
I mean, I see that, but still, I feel like in a lot of ways, Haman, at least to kids, kind of gets portrayed as this like bumbling fool more than like this evil genocidal warlord.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. It's sort of like, again, like the monsters under the bed sort of thing. That to me, that's what fits the definition of boogeyman.
Yeah.
That's I was gonna. As far as this one goes, I go a slightly different route as far as the judging goes. I say it's a matter of I try to judge if I can, because I try to learn from other people's mistakes. Because I'd rather learn from their mistakes than have to repeat them myself. Where I draw the line is you don't be judgmental. It's fine to sit there and say, well, they made that decision. How did that work out? And, evaluate it that way. What you don't do is pass sentence on them. You don't condemn them for what they've done unless you've been through it yourself. That's where I draw the line. Tag.
An interesting difference. Sorry, I'm also just like, fading. But luckily, almost done. All right. ויאמר אדוני אל משה, פסע לך שני לוחות אבנים כראשונים, וכתבתי על הלוחות את הדברים אשר היו על הלוחות הראשונים אשר שיברת. והנה נכון לבוקר, ועלית בבוקר אל הר סיני, וניצבת לי שם על ראש ההר, ואיש לא יעלה עמך, וגם משל ירא בכל הקם הצאן והבקר עלינו אל מול ההר ההוא, ויפסול שני לוחות אבנים כראשונים, וישכם משה בבוקר, ויעל אל הר סיני, כאשר ציווה אדוני אותו, ויקח בידו שני לוחות הברית, שני לוחות אבנים, וירד אדוני בענן, ויתייצב עמו שם. עמו שם, ויקרא בשם אדוני, ויעבור אדוני על פניו, ויקרא אדוני אל רחום וחנון, ערך אפיים ורב חסד ואמת, רב חסד ואמת. נוצר חסד לאלף. ויעבור אדוני על פניו, ויקרא אדוני אל רחום וחנון, ערך אפיים ורב חסד ואמת, נוצר חסד לאלפים, נושא אהרון ואף אשה, וחטא ונקד לא ינקה פוקד, ואבות על בנים ועל בני בנים שלשים, ועל רבעים. ויהי מהר משה ויקוד ארצה, וישתחו, ויאמר אם נא מצא אותי חן בעיניך אדוני, ילך נא אדוני בקרבנו, כי עם קשה עורף, וסלחת לעווננו, ולקח לכתנו ולכלתנו. ויאמר הנה אנוכי כורת ברית נגד כל עמך אעשה נפלאותם אשר לא נפרעו בכל הארץ ובכל הגויים עבירה. כל העם אשר אתה בקרבם את מעשה אדוני כי נורא הוא ויאמר הנה אנוכי כורת ברית נגד כל עמך אעשה נפלאת אשר לא נבראו בכל הארץ ובכל הגויים ורע כל העם אשר אתה בקרבו את מעשה אדוני כי נורא הוא אשר אני עושה עמך. And Adonai said to Moses, make for yourself a pestle, a graven image, or a carved image, a shnei luchot, pesalacha, like maybe chisel for yourself, hew for yourself, shnei luchot, 2 tablets of stone, like the first, and I will write upon the tablets the words that were upon the first tablets that you broke. Wow, he's throwing shade. One second, I'm going to need to get something else to eat in a moment. I'm like fading again. And so like be prepared in the morning, and at the top of the morning, the very top of the morning to you, on top of the morning, you'll go up to the Mount Sinai. You'll go up in the morning to Mount Sinai in some directions. Benitza, and who are we passing on these directions to? This is going to be an interesting conversation afterwards. Okay. Let's see where we at. Okay. And so be ready in the morning at the top of the morning to Mount Sinai, and you'll stand for me there upon the head of the mountain, or the top of the mountain, literally. And a man will not go up his people with his people, or with the no, and there will not be a man that goes up with you, and also not me.
Top of the mountain.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just top of the mountain. Yeah, it was I don't know what popped in my head. Okay, so let's see, top of the mountain. Oh, that's what it was before. a man will not go up with anyone, or will not take anyone up the mountain, maybe. Let's see. And also a man, and then toy company, a man in the garage. And you never know, maybe something is going on with the car, you never know.
Okay, so up to the mountain.
Yeah. Up the mountain. Let's see. Man, upon, let's see, what is this? Go up the mountain with you, and also a man that will not see see on all the mountain, and also the flock and the cattle, and 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 they're pasturing amul har shahu. So it's like clearly establishing this parallel between cities and people, or cities and communities. But yeah, obviously some dystopian elements as well. All right, so we're on El Mulhahar. I don't. Let's see. And they were broken. There's nothing. Yeah, I'm not really as interested in ones like that, but it is worth noting, for sure. All right, one second. Okay. Vayifsol Shnei Luchot, and he hewed 2 tablets of stone like the first, and they rose, and Moses rose in the morning, and he got up and went to Aaron. Okay. All right. Where are we testing it again? Yeah.
Are we at the flocks and fields, or?
Sorry, yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get. I'm just going to get something to eat. That way I can eat while I'm reading. I don't know how to explain it, but that, and I just.
That is the true answer. So let me just read a little bit more to see the context of the story. And God speaks to Moses. That's verse 7. Lech red ki shichet amcha. Get down, because your people became corrupt. Now you have to remember that Rabbi Isaac Gloria is teaching us that Moses was a reincarnation of Noah, and the people there that got out of Egypt, they were reincarnated from the people of Noah's generation. The legend says that when Noah came out of the ark and he saw the devastation, the disaster, that no one survived, and he cries to God, why? Why did you do something like this? And God is saying, you're crying now? Why didn't you cry before? Why didn't you cry and protect them before? So Noah came back as Moses, and the people came back as those people. One of the reasons that the baby born were supposed to be thrown into the Nile, because their tikkun of being drowned was not finished. So the word kishichet amcha, when it says let my people go, God says to Moses, go and get my people out. Now when they sin, God is telling Moses, that's your people. What's your people? Shichet. The word shichet, that corrupt, is the same verb exactly being used in the story of Noah. that the whole humanity got corrupted. The same word exactly, shichet, which means Moses over here has an opportunity to make a correction.
All right. Let's see. So
I was going to say one quick comment. I was going to say
Yeah.
the thought occurred to me: were the Egyptians throwing the babies in the Nile in order to play "Hungry, Hungry Hippos"? Hey,
it'd be funny if it wasn't so horrible.
well, it's the Egyptians having the bad idea.
True. So So and Moses rose in the morning, and he went up to Mount Sinai as he was commanded by Adonai, and he took them in his hands, the two tablets of stone. Right. And Adonai went down in a cloud Vayitzev and stationed themselves imo with him there, and called out by his name Adonai. Let's see. Interesting.
So basically, it's the tablets were pre-written the first time, and Yahweh had to write them out by hand the second time.
On top of that, it also seems that they were like heavenly material the first time. Like prima material.
And of course, you have a huge element of trust that the second one said the same thing as the first one. They got to trust Moses.
Oh, but they say that the second one wasn't as good as the first.
Well, and they can blame any of those mistakes on Moses too.
All right, so we're and he stationed himself with them. Wait, yeah, we read that part. But yeah, for Adonai, for I'm afraid of. Let's see. All right. All right. Vayavor Adonai al panav vayikra Adonai. All right. And Adonai crossed over to his face, and he cried out Adonai, Adonai. So Adonai, El, who is compassionate and gracious, or alternatively compassionate and gracious God. Erechapayim, like long or slow to, alternatively, but literally long. Apayim, nostrils, like flaring nostrils, but anger. So slow to anger or long in nose. The Rav Chesed Vamet and abounding in kindness and in truth. Any thoughts on that?
Don't really have much to add to that one. I was going to say it's, I don't know if I would describe the Yahweh that I read about in the Bible as inherently, merciful, gracious, and slow to anger.
Well, that's the thing. They're combining El and Yahweh.
Gotcha.
Interesting. Oh, the attribute of justice, as for example in Exodus. Um, oh.
And again, that's always interesting. The idea of Yahweh is sort of like a Frankenstein / quilted together God.
Let's see, where on earth did that? So weird, I can't find that. Okay, there. Sorry, one more time. I was kind of distracted the past minute.
Oh, when you were talking about combining, with El, I said that's the idea that Yahweh is a quilted together, sort of a Frankenstein creation, rather than something, pure.
I guess it depends on your cosmogony or the order.
Finding anything worthwhile?
Yeah. All right. So, we show I don't know. Oh yeah. So, let's see. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was looking for. Right. God, compassionate and gracious, for forgiveness and mercy in His hands. All this was in the later 40 days. And these are all the prayers that they prayed during all the 40 days to bring back the divine presence among us, who was at first when He told him, amongst us at first when He told him about the creation of the tabernacle. In order that I will dwell amongst you, but they lost this. However, hold on. Yeah, this one part's kind of off topic, but this mouse. All right. Interesting. So, notes are like preserving, that's what it says, but guarding the chesed for the kindness for generation or for thousands of years. No, yeah, lifting up iniquity.
Okay.
Yeah, what's that? All right. So yeah, let's see. So guarding kindness for Elohim for thousands, or Elohim for 2,000 years. Nose avon lifting up iniquity. The pesha, and is that transgression? Yep. The chata and the sin, or in sin, vinaka. Let's see, an acts of sin and like emptiness or despair. I saw to be clean and punished. And the sin and the acquitted will not, they'll not stop finding.
Talking about not absolving completely.
Yeah. There'll be let's see, they will not be cleansed. They will not be cleansed in their account. Their sin, I will bring. What? Iniquity will bring. Let's see. Oh, Poked Avon, visiting or like mustering iniquity of the fathers upon the children and upon the children's children for the third generation. And upon the fourth. Interesting. I wonder why it says the fourth. All right. Let's Vayimaher Moshe Vayikad Arza. All right. And Moses hurriedly attended to the earth, or like quickly bowed down and prostrated to the earth. Vayomer imna matzati chen, and if I have found favor in your eyes, my Lord, please go out, my Lord, in my midst, or in our midst, because a stiff-necked people are they. Let's see. Or was this? Should I like beg of you, to attend and to be is this to sin with us and to nachal tanu. And to made into a possession. That's disturbing. Root for this nachal. Oh, like nachal. Alright. Vayomer hina anochi. And he said, "Behold, I am koret bri. I have cut a covenant neged kol amecha." Like against, or in the midst of, in the presence of all your people, I will do wonders that they have not, that they cannot shape or form in all the land, and in all the peoples, we'll see all that the people of Israel, that, and again, it's one of those things where I can turn into a deep, weird ideological thing, or man, this was way before this, so something to keep in mind. But let's see, concerning which you say destroy all that you have, and you'll make. Let's see. All right, 10. See, they did not create and all the in all land and all. Wait, I read that. All the people that you in you with it could read. I don't know. I could read Nora the book, because then you're thinking that's God. That's the only issue. All right. All right, let's see. So we've got just a little bit more. I'm going to splash some water on my face. That'll probably help. But in the meantime, let's see, where were we here? Let's see. Oh, right here it was.
He didn't cry. He didn't try to protect. He didn't try to change the course of history. When he was Noah, now he got another chance. And so we get already one concept. You always have another chance. You will always find yourself in all kinds of situations that basically give you all of these, even the most horrible, unbelievable situations. All of them are there for a purpose, and you are the purpose, giving each one of us another opportunity, because that's what everyday's life is about. It's about facing those difficulties, those corrections we need to correct, and turning the trouble into a victory. And you see it going on, verse 9, chapter 32. ויאמר אדוני אל משה, ראיתי את העם הזה והנה עם קשה עורף הוא. And God says to Moses, I saw this nation. They are very stubborn people, hard-necked people. He's God. You don't know that? You just found out? Surprise! Why is God talking like this, like he's surprised? Ve'ata, and now, verse 10, hanicha li, leave me alone, ve'ichar api ba'em, and I'll get my anger into them, ve'achalem, I'll erase them, ve'eseh otcha legoy gadol, and I'll make you a big nation. Isn't that the same like in Noah? But one thing, let us read what the Zohar is saying, because Zohar expands on it. He's saying like this. Verse 50 in the Zohar, Perush HaSulam, on Parashat Tisa. So we have an amazing angle to understand that situation we're talking about in Parashat Tisa, in the Zohar, Perush HaSulam, the Sulam commentary, verse 50. Amar Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Yosef said, Lava barachman al benoi de kutsha b'richu ukra udichtiv, לא נפל דבר אחד מכל דברו הטוב וגומר. תחר זה ירחמנות דילי, אילו אמר לא נפל דבר אחד מכל דברו ולא יתיר, נוח לעלמא דלה יתברג. אבל מדאמר מכל דברו הטוב והפיק ביש לאחורה, דהה מילה דביש לה באי למעבד. Translation. There's no merciful father like God. How do we know that? one of the, we get it from a verse of the book of Kings, chapter 8, where it says, whatever the good sayings of the Creator, nothing of them has been, did not come true. What does it mean? Come and see the mercy of God. If it says that whatever God said, whatever God says, everything has to come through, and nothing more than that. Okay, that means, because the original verse says nothing of the good words of God. It didn't say everything, nothing of the good words of God, which means it doesn't include the punishments and the curses. If that was the case, the world was better not to be created, because there was no way that anyone could stand the all of those punishments of God. However, it says from all the good words that he said. And what does it mean? That whatever bad words that were said, they were said for a purpose, but they're not supposed to happen. Which means all the bad things that God says, and the Bible is full of them, not all of them came true. What does it mean? We can see from here his mercy. Because the bad stuff, he has no interest to do them. Verse 51, and even though he got angered, like it doesn't say anger, but he scared. The whole thing is that wherever we see in the Bible that God is like reacting with anger, we have to understand God never reacts. Okay? He is endless light. So what is this anger? And the answer is very simple. It is a warning to scare. Why do you need to be scared? Because otherwise, how would you learn that you're making a mistake? Otherwise, it's not that you have to see that there's a system of cause and effect. It's like a father who wants to scare the son who really did something really, really dangerous, like walking on the balcony, okay? Or trying to play with fire. So he raises his belt to scare the child. And now comes the mother and says, no, it's enough. You won't do it again. Just have mercy for him. So the whole thing is a game between the father and the mother in order to get the child to understand that what was done was really serious and shouldn't repeat itself.
Okay. So, let's see. שמע לך את אשר אנוכי מצווך היום. מצווך היום הנני גורש מפניך את האמורי והכנעני והחיתי והפריזי והחיבי והיבוסי הישמע לך פן תכרות ברי לי יושב הארץ אשר אתה בעליה פן יהיה למוקש בקרבך. Let's see. כי את מזבחותם תצון ואת מצבותם מצותם תשברון ואת אשריו תכרתון כי לא תשתחווה לאל אחר כי אדוני קנה שמו כל קנהו. הן תכרות פרי לאדוני. Wait, one second. Looks super familiar. Let's see, already. Let's see, was it here? Alright, one second. See, I just saw it. Let's see. Alright. So, alright, where are we? Kiet mizbochotam titzam. Let's see. So, where are we? Wait. Yeah, where? Leave off, day. Wait. מצבותם תשברון ואת אשריו תכרותון כי לא תשתחווה לאל אחר כי אדוני קנה שמו אל קנהו. פן תכרות פרי ליושב הארץ וזנו אחרי אלוהיהם וזכו לאלוהיהם וקרא לך ואכלת מרעתה. Let's see. One second. Alright, one second. Alright, so yeah. פן תכרות פרי ליושב. פן תכרות פרי ליושב הארץ וזנו אחרי אלוהיהם וזבחו לאלוהיהם וקרא לך ואכלת מזבחו ולקחת מבנותיו לבניך וזנו בנותיו אחרי אלוהיהן והזנו את בניך אחרי אלוהיהן. אלוהי מעשיך לא תעשה לך את חג המצות תשמור שבעת ימים תאכל מצות אשר ציוויתיך למועד חודש האביב כי בחודש
Okay.
yeah, I'm good. Let's see. At Chag המצות תשמור 7 ימים תאכל מצות אשר ציוויתיך למועד חודש האביב כי בחודש האביב יצאת ממצרים כל פטריכם וכל מקנך תזכור אשר one second. Recurring. I don't know. Shut.
Translate.
No. It's not that. Wait. תזכור פטר שור ושה. ופטר חמור תפקוד בשם ואם לא תפקד. Was he smart or was he simply reading of the last surviving as right and then let's see ask Tisa yeah we're okay so and you like guard yourself or protect yourself lest you cut a covenant to dwell in the land that you are coming into going up to lest it be as a snare in your midst. It says inhabitants of the land. The dwellers of the land. Oh dang, that's dark. Kiet mizbechotam. Oh wait, no, right. Yeah. Wait, in their midst. Wait, I missed this one before, so it should be let's see. And he said, behold, I am cutting a covenant again with the people neged before all your people I will do wonders. Wait, I will not Nivro. They have not been seen in all the land. Oh, wait, I read that one before. Guard yourselves and that which I have commanded you this day, and behold, I will expel from before you the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Dark stuff. But again, didn't happen, so that's the good thing. It's just a myth, literally just a myth, but like not even like the type where it's based in reality. The reality is just that they kind of had this internal revolution, those spiritual, not physical. Wait, where did the mouse go? Um, um, the Hashomer, the guard for the funeral, or not funeral, for the shower. Tichrot. Lest he cut off a covenant with the inhabitants of the inhabitants of the land. I already read that. Because they're see, but their altars, titatun, you shall pull down, break down, and matzivotam, and their high places. 1 second. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I didn't fall asleep. I was see titatsun. So you raise, and their matzevotam, their matzevos, they're like monuments. That's what it says. Tisha berun, you shall destroy them, break down into pieces. But asherav, and their asheraz, tichrotun, you're to cut down or cut off. Interesting. Well, not interesting. Dark stuff. Let's see. Let's see here. Commentary. She'll break down there. I'm just going to see what. There's not a lot of commentary on this. You shall break down their altars. Rather, you shall smash their altars and share their monuments and chop down their secret trees. Those used as part of idolatrous rites. You must completely destroy all objects of idol worship, including the accessories and symbolic artifacts. Alright, see where is it at? Kila. See. Where are we at? Because you are not to bow down to other gods, la'el acher, to another god, because Adonai is jealous. Because Adonai is jealous. Adonai kana, he's jealous. Adonai is his name. El kana, he is a jealous god, or zealous god, jealous. For the Lord kana is zealous is his name. Zealous in exacting payment and not overlooking things. But here, actually, wait, no, this isn't the same root that I know as much about, so I might be wrong. Kana means to be jealous. Interesting. Pentichrot, lest you cut a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and venazu acharei, and commit fornication after their gods, v'nizbechu, and sacrificed. And you're implying Capri Sun. Sorry, all right, let's see. What was the question again? Oh yeah, Yizbachu. Let's see. I don't see a comment again. I'll have to wait until spike up. But let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just alright, so where are we at? V'nazu acharei Elohim after gods and sacrifice to Elohim to their gods v'kara lecha and call after them v'chalta mizbecha and eat their eat their sacrifices. It says, lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land and they stray after their gods and sacrifice to their gods, and he call to you and you eat from his sacrifice. I shall regard your eating from his sacrifice as acknowledging his idolatry. For as a result, you will find nothing of it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Let's see, where are we at? Velakachta mivnotav. And you'll take from his daughters and from your sons, his daughters and you'll take from his daughters for your sons and vizanu, and they will commit fornication. Benotav benotav, their daughters will commit fornication after their gods. He's new, and they will fornicate with your sons after their gods. Almost done. Gods of molten metal, or molten gods, cast gods you shall not make for yourself. The month Chag Matzah, the Chag festival of Matzah, of Passover. Tishmor Shivat Yamim, you'll keep Shivat Yamim, 7 days. 7 days tochal matzah, you will eat matzahs as tzivitich, as you have been commanded, as I have commanded of you, for appointed month, lemod chodesh, of Aviv, because bechodesh Aviv is in the month of Aviv, or the month of spring. Yitzata Mitzrayim is when we came out from Egypt, or the Exodus from Egypt. Alright, so Kol Patel, Patar, firstborn, firstling, that which separates or first opens. All firstborn of the womb are for me, or are mine, and all the livestock, all all the male of the livestock, all of your male livestock, sure, and sheep. They're all. It's saying all of them are mine, referring to God. Yeah, you have any thoughts on why that would be? Is it like why specifically the males?
Again, don't have much of a clue why specifically the males. Usually, if you have a task like that, it tends to get thrown onto the males. But again, don't know specifically their reasoning. Tag.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Sorry, one more. Ufeter chamor, tifde, and the firstborn of a donkey, fada, will be redeemed or ransomed, or with sheep, and if not, redeemed with the arafto, redeemed and dropped, drop strips, and slowly kol b'chor banecha, slowly all the firstborn of all your firstborn will be ransomed. Villa, year say that again. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. What's up?
No, I was just saying, go on.
Oh yeah. The arafto. And drops or drips. Kol b'chor. Let's see. All right. They're up to, and it drops. Let's see. I'm just gonna see what it says. And the owner may work. If you do not redeem the owner, may and if you're, then you shall break its neck with a hatchet. Oof, what? And you'll redeem it, and you'll like drop all the bechor banecha, all the firstborn of your children, and you'll redeem them, and they will not be, they will not be empty faced. I don't know. It says when they go up to Jerusalem, for the soul shall not appear over before me empty handed, but I don't know. It's really weird. So that was 20. Okay, so
Well, it's definitely a throwback to the whole Abraham thing.
what?
Well, with the idea of the passing over the firstborn,
Oh yeah.
the redeeming the firstborn, that's definitely a throwback to Abraham. I'm not sure quite the point of the ass and the lamb, but I'm sure there's meaning there that I'm not hip to. Tag.
Yeah. Interesting. Sorry, I'm also just kind of like fading, so I'm just putting something on in the meantime, and then we'll continue. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to find where what we were watching before. Oh, here.
So, and the judgment did not come out. Why? Because the father and the mother were in, it was a show that the father was making things really scary, and the mother was kind of like, give him another chance. He really regrets, he understood it. Let's give, let's don't hit him. Let's continue. And if you say that, how would you know that? How do we know that? And the answer is that it says really clearly, as it says, as we read just before, in that verse 10, chapter 32, where it says, come down because your people.
Yeah, I'm so tired. I'm just going to finish this up now. So we'll do that. But we still said just stop in to say and hit the like button. Lots going on. Shabbat shalom, brothers. Take care. Yeah, have a good one.
Have a good one, Usal.
Let's see. Oh my god, this is like I hate being this tired, but at least I'm getting better at let's see. ששת ימים תעבוד וביום השביעי תשבות בחריש ובקציר תשבות בחג שבועות תעשה לך בחורי קציר חיטים וחג הסיף תקופת השנה 3 פעמים בשנה יראה כל זכורך את פני האדון אדוני אלוהי ישראל. כי יוריש גוי מפניה
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Where is this? So 3 times in the year, Yereu Ra. Roy. That they go down to see all your men, all your males, and the Pnei Adon Adonai, and the face before Lord Hashem, before the Lord Adonai, the God of Israel, because I have disinherited, or I have expelled nations from your midst. Here Chavti, and I have given you swords to fight. Or what is this? I have Rachavti. Here Chav. And you have been made large. Or you have enlarged your borders. And below Yachmod, and have not desired. A man has not desired at Artsecha. Man has not desired.
What does a man desire?
Oh, Yachmod. So Ish at
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Um,
Go ahead, Ariel.
oh yeah. Let's see.
You mid-translate.
Yeah. Let's see. Or is it Kyorish? Because I have expelled the nations from your midst. But here, yeah, I've increased your. Wait, let me read the whole thing. Shalosh Pamay. Be'olotov. They will go. That they will. That a man. A man to his homeland, and going up will see the face of Adonai, his God, your God, Shalosh Pamayim B'Shana, 3 times in the year. The Shalosh Raglaim, 3 festivals, 3 legs. Lo Tishchat, you are not to slaughter or to kill, euthanize. Al Chametz on Shabbat. Even dogs. Vela Yelin. Oh, wow. Um, uh, one second. All right. So, Villa Tisla. So you are not to slaughter, upon chametz, blood of sacrifices, and you are not to lean on for the temple, for sacrifice, for the festival of Passover. Reshit, the first Bichore, the first mention of Bichore, blah blah blah, etc. Admatecha was read by a friend. Wednesday. It's Amir in the wait. Beginning. Admatecha. The beginning, firstborn. Admatecha. Bait.
Yeah, you just passed the blood. I think
Yeah. What?
I think
What?
you're at the point of not leaving it on the altar overnight.
Oh yeah.
Got to put it in the refrigerator.
What? Oh, okay. Interesting. Tosser of blood, and the interesting that they have a blood tosser to slaughter the tosser of blood, and many of the maybe means the person who throws it out. Anyway, all right. Nai Elohecha lo tashbel. And yeah, God said, "Do not boil a child and its kid in its mother's milk." First time of the fruits you shall. All right.
Go on.
Yeah.
You're at the boiling the kid in his mother's milk, which I learned on Dr. Bob's show. It's a reference to Canaanite fertility, right? Tag.
Yeah. Funny. Or not funny, but yeah. Sorry, I'm yeah, so what is this? Rishit Bechori Admatecha. Let's see, your ground was brought Beit Adonai, the first fruits of your land you shall bring to the house of the Lord. Tavi Beit Adonai, bring to the house of Adonai, Elohecha, your God. Yeah, you shall not boil a child in its mother's mouth. I mentioned that before. I thank God, almost done. We're finishing up. Vayomer Adonai, and Adonai said to Moses, write down for yourself the tablet, or the things, the commandments, the word, the instructions, these instructions, these words, these things that are upon my mouth, the words, these words, karati, that are cut off, or to make a covenant for you, or to cut for you a covenant, and for Israel. And so is there with Adonai Arbaim 40 days and 40 nights, no bread, no food or water, no drinking. Wait, no eating of bread, no drinking of water, and writing upon the tablets, the words of the the instructions of the covenant, Aseret Hadvarim, the 10 commandments. Wait, he beredet, and so it wasn't going down, or yeah, it was, and so it was saying Moses was going down from the Mount Sinai, Ushnei Luchot, that two, and 2 tablets, Shnei Luchot, Hayadu, 2 tablets of testimony, Biyad Moshe, in the hand of Moses, Beridito, and they're going down, and is going down from the mountain. And Moses did not know that that there was like horns or rays of light, panav, coming from him, bidavro ito, from his having spoken with him. Interesting. Okay. Vayira Aharon v'chol b'nei Israel, and Aaron saw, and Aaron and all of Israel saw the children of Israel, and Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moses and beheld the rays of light. Wait, what? This is Karen, or this says, oh, like oh, so this is like shining skin. Interesting. This is clearly a miss. It should be Karen or with an Aleph. This is weird. This feels super Mandela effecty. It should be with an Aleph. I don't know why it's being spelled with an I in here.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't this the one that also gets interpreted as, the rays as being horns and such?
Yeah, so let's see. Karan, or yeah, it's so weird. I'll look it up later. Wait. Panav Vayiro. Yeah, and beheld rays of light, Panav, upon his face, Vayiru, and they beheld Migashet Elav, and they were afraid from drawing near to him. ויקרא עליהם משה וישובו אליו אהרון וכל נשים בידה וידבר משה עליהם, ואחרי כן ניגשו כל בני ישראל ויצווהם את כל אשר דיבר אדוני איתו בהר סיני, ויכל משה מדבר איתם, ויתן על פניו מסווה. ובבוא משה לפני אדוני לדבר איתו, יסיר. Can't help it. Let's see, where is it? Right.
You're at
Let's
the
see.
translate part.
Oh yeah. Wait, so wait, where are we at? Sorry, it's on that. Wait, where are we? Let me get sure I love. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay. ויקרא עליהם משה וישובו אליו אהרון וכל הנשיאים בעדה, וידבר משה עליהם. אחרי כן ניגשו כל בני ישראל, ויצווהם את כל אשר דיבר אדוני איתו בהר סיני. ויכל משה מדבר איתם, ויתם על פניו מסווה.
Okay.
Yeah.
Translate.
I'm trying for myself. ובבוא משה לפני אדוני לדבר איתו, יסיר את המסווה עד צאתו ויעצם anyone.
Okay.
Yeah. See. See, where am I thinking of?
Where translate.
Yeah.
I'd help you here if I could, Ariel.
Yeah. Sorry. No worries. Let's see. Where are we at? ובבוא משה לפני אדוני. Oh wait, no, I read it. וראו בני ישראל את פני משה כי קרן אור פני משה, והשיב משה אל המסווה על פניו עד באו לדבר איתו.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh right, I forgot to translate. Okay, so let's see. Where's the? I um and Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moses and beheld the shining of his skin of his face, and they saw him. They're afraid to approach him. Vayikra Alehem, and Moses called out to them. He's like, "Yo, what's up, everyone?" He called out to them. Vayishuvu elav. And they're and Yeshuvu and returned to him was his brother and all the children of Israel. It's a bit of a stretch. Stretch harder.
Okay, and the children of Israel?
Oh yeah. Okay, so let's see. So and he called out to them. Moses called out to them, and they returned to him, to return to Aaron, and all the women, and all the princes that were in the assembly or in the council, and they said, Moses is Alehem is for us. Or it says, and Moses would speak to them, maybe has the Lord. Interesting. And let's see, where is that? And after this, Nigshu Kol. After this, all the no, I know. But I was just waiting for personal life. But yeah, it's
Okay.
yeah, let's see. Okay, all of a sudden, I was yes to the Lord, and after that, and after that, they approached the sons of Jacob approached Vayitzavam, and they took charge over one as one over another, and Adonai was on the Mount of Sinai. And Moses was done speaking with whirlwind. Let's see, where are we at? And all those that go that direction, Bahar Sinai, none of them come back. V'chol Moshe, right. Right. Let's see where are we at? And all Moses said to them, and Vayitan. Before that, spoken to them on Mount Sinai, and Moses, and Moses finished speaking, and when Moses was finished speaking to them, Yitan al panav misacha, he gave the he placed upon his face a veil. Uvavo Moshe, and Moses, in going to Yahweh to speak to him, Yasir, he would he would cover or he would remove the veil until and he would go out, he would leave, and he would certainly leave Vediber and speak to the children of Israel, and that would as to that which they were commanded, or about that which they were commanded of Pharaoh, and we can see the behold, children of Israel, PNI Moses, because the face of Moses, because horny skin, or skins with horns, the face of Moses, and even he'll bring back Moses will bring back Moses would put the mask back on his face, the mask or veil upon his face, and until the Moshiach comes, but until he speaks to him. All right, I'm exhausted, so we're going to finish up here. So on that note, any last thoughts before we close out?
Nope. Fun as always.
Yep. So let's see. On that note,
want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, I'm Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. I'm Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want.
Oh, I almost forgot. Where is it? Here. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher Natan Lanu Torat Emet וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו, ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה. And on that note,
want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay?